Good morning, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. If you have a cell phone, please silence it and take your calls outside. The next meetings of the authority will be December 6th, December 20th, and January 3rd. We're going to call the items in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City. As your item is called, please approach the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name for the record, please. Chairman, do you have any announcements before we get going?
No.
All right. The first item is actually in New York City. It's going to be item 2601E. It is a request by Counsel's Office for an emergency summary order of suspension with respect to Mario Enterprises, Inc. in Cortland, New York. I believe Counsel Riano, you're taking care of this one?
Yes, good morning. This is in reference to license 2501435, Mario Enterprises, Inc., doing business as the Stone Lounge, located at 128 South Main Street, Cortland, New York, 13045. Within about the last week, Counsel's Office became aware of a referral that came our way from Lieutenant Richard Troyer of the Cortland Police Department, that between the dates of August 1st, 2017 and about August 31st, 2017, that they have issued citations and or arrested almost 111 minors for drinking at this particular establishment. I believe exactly we have 96 arrests for sale to minors who were found in possession of alcohol, and 75 were arrested for violating Section 65C1. 17 were arrested for violating 5096 of the Vehicle and Traffic Law for possession of a forged or fictitious license, and the youngest minor that's been arrested at this point, I believe for both violations, was 16. For a little bit of background on this particular establishment, the license, I believe, was issued in November of 1994. And expires on November 30th, 2018. It's the only license that's held by the particular principal, Mr. Demetrius Souzas. As for adverse history, on February 4th, 2015, a letter of advisement was sent regarding complaints received about unlimited drink specials, and on July 22nd, 2016, a letter of advisement was sent regarding serving of alcohol during prohibited hours. Obviously, we've been trying to follow up on this within the last week once we became aware of this. I believe that Associate General Counsel Ogden spoke with the lieutenant just yesterday, trying to get a little bit more background on exactly what was going on here. It's my understanding at this point that some of the IDs that were scanned at this establishment, they do have a scanner, were real. Some of them were very good copies. But essentially, this establishment has a policy of allowing anybody whose ID scans to enter the establishment. There's no further checks. There's no further, investigation. Obviously, to have, at this point, I believe we have 111 sale to minor charges, a charge for failure to supervise, a charge for focal point, and a charge for violating Sections 1 and 3 of Section 118 of the ABCL. To reach this level of supposed sale to minors and to have this many minors arrested for drinking at an establishment makes this place absolutely, in our opinion, a place that the public health, safety, and welfare are in imminent threat. And as such, Counsel's Office would be asking for an emergency summary order of suspension at this time.
So these were undercover agents that were used, to your knowledge?
My understanding is that there have been both undercover agents as well as non-undercover agents that have been arrested during various sweeps of the establishment.
And they were the agents using fake IDs or real IDs?
My understanding as to the agents were that the agents were using identification that was real but was obviously not them, but I would want to double check on that.
So that the picture clearly was not the person that was entering?
Very clearly was not the person who was entering the establishment.
And this all occurred in August?
I believe that our referrals up to this point go from September 1st to about October 31st, and then we became aware of this, I believe, within, like I said, the last 10 days.
Did they give you a reason why we weren't told of this?
My understanding from the conversation that obviously Associate General Counsel Ogden had with the lieutenant was that at the time the lieutenant was trying to understand and get an idea and give them the benefit of the doubt, but I believe it became
Took them 100 sales to do that?
The best I can tell is that, and the best information that I have is that became very obvious during an October operation that the PD did themselves, that people were entering the establishment with identification that clearly did not match who they were, and that they obviously had a much bigger problem here than they realized.
I see also we had issues with them serving alcohol during prohibited hours and unlimited drink specials too. Letters were sent before for that as well.
That's my understanding, yes.
Any questions?
Prepare to vote?
Yeah, we're ready to vote. This is right in the heart of downtown Cortland, within walking distance from SUNY Cortland, so it's pretty obvious who their under 21 customers are. I vote to summarily suspend their license immediately. Obviously, they are a hazard to public health and welfare.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well for the same reasons. I would ask that your attorney reach out to the police department and kind of advise them that when this is going on, to the extent that it's going on, it would be helpful if we knew about it immediately, and we could possibly assist them in making the next 90 sales after the first 10.
Absolutely, Chairman.
All right, then we're going to move to Buffalo, where we have one item, 2593, Catalina Wine Mixer, Inc.
Can you put your name on the record?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Kurt Herman. I'm the representative for the licensed premises. Why'd you stand up? And Jesse Kozak, the applicant, is with me as well.
Is there any opposition there?
There's no opposition present.
Can you just go over what he wants, or let him do it, actually, what he wants to do here?
Yes, I am, since our district is turning to a, more of a older crowd and, food district versus all alcohol, we are trying to open an establishment where we are gonna serve, the age group of 24 and older. It's more of, it is a martini lounge bar. We are gonna do, small plates, appetizers to serve to our customers. We are not looking to stay open to the law of 4 a.m. We are looking to be closed by 2. We are trying to keep our district in a positive direction as it has been showing. We're trying to cater to our theater district here, where we have a lot older clientele that now shows up in the area, and we're looking to give them another option to go to. As I said, there are a handful of places that have food in their establishments, and we are trying to do the same.
What's the DJ for, then?
It's not a DJ that's there every. Actually, there is no schedule for a DJ. Then we're just saying that there could be a DJ for maybe a private event or a special occasion for a holiday. We are definitely not interested in having a DJ on our schedule even once a week. We looked into a system that we have installed that just plays background music. It's not an establishment where loud music is even being played.
Are you aware of the history at the, not at this, I'm aware of the history of the street. Are you aware of the history at this location prior to you?
Correct. I was aware of what prior was there, but we are not trying to follow what they have done. This place inside is very upscale, as in the decor. It's more of a seating place than versus an open bar where people just stand and openly dance. We don't even have a dance floor to have patrons to dance. It's more of a laid-back lounge concept.
The applicant did not even pursue a dancing permit from the city of Buffalo.
And how are you going to ensure that, you said in your application, you actually say that you're only going to allow people 25 and older in, but you just told me 24. How are you going to ensure that?
We're gonna have a bouncer to, able to, stand at our door to make sure that, we have the proper, as we're looking, older clientele,
Licensed security
a
guard.
licensed security guard.
The floor plan is identical to the prior place that was canceled.
Which had a dance floor.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's identical to the point of it's a copy of.
The layout, correct, the layout is identical. The bar being a long stretch bar, we left, but we have tables, we have a lounge booth that was installed that takes up a lot of space. And we actually have maybe a bar top in front of the windows for people to sit and look out our front windows versus more of a hangout at the window.
There's an open area of this place?
I'm sorry.
Do we have, does the diagram show tables where the dance floor was before?
The prior diagram didn't show, oh, hang on.
Do you have a dance floor in this place?
No.
So you've got tables everywhere?
Yes, along the edge of the walls, we have tables that are sitting in front of the booth.
Dance floor in the back, be nice in the back.
There's no lights to designate a dance floor, neither like
Well, I'm
fire.
looking, I didn't realize I had the diagram, but I do. In the back of the bar, there's a large area that is wide open. What's going on there?
Okay, so on that, on the left-hand side there, where the rows, there's a large opening, there's a 30-foot lounge booth, and in front of that booth, there are 5 tabletops with chairs facing the wall, which is facing the lounge booth.
But what about the right side?
The right side,
Right behind the bar, right opposite the men's room.
okay, so on that side, we have a setup there for cooking. Our cooking equipment is actually behind the bar. So in that area, that's our prep area for food. I think there might have been one altercation where that space is no longer open.
Am
The bar
I
had
not
been-
getting this point across clearly? Can you try better?
I'll try.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I see where the food prep area is. That's in the front of the place. I'm talking about the back of the place. Behind the bar, there's a large area there that has nothing.
That's my, Chairman, that could be my fault because I basically went off the old diagram and Mr. Kozak has been totally rehabbing the place. And I have not even seen it in the last 3-4
Well,
weeks.
now, so why would you go off an old diagram when you know we canceled the previous one and revoked the one before that because of the activities that have been there, and you're using the same layout?
Actually, I did not realize that. I did not realize the old one had been canceled and the previous one revoked. But the layout is the same. The only thing I didn't know was the tables. He explained to me how many tables he was putting in, and I assumed they were in the front and along the side, and I didn't realize this open area in the back that he had even put a booth in. If
And he's
he-
got a DJ booth. This looks like a club.
The DJ booth was still there. That wall was still there. All I can tell you is he's not having any dancing. He's not going to have a DJ all the time, only on special occasions. And he completely redid the place. He gutted the bathrooms. It is totally upscale now. It is not what it's just a shell of its former self. Other than the bar being the same, he didn't change the configuration of the bar. He just updated the front of it and the top of it. And that's it. He did not pursue a dancing permit. He is not getting a dancing permit. There will be no dancing in the licensed premises.
and we were also told by our local police officer that came and did the inspection that they'll also follow up to make sure there is no dancing, and I agree with them. We're not looking for that environment at all.
I'm not worried about now. I'm worried a year from now when nobody's coming in and drinking your martinis. But go ahead.
This one picture here, looks like the bar is partially done, the new bar, done in the same place as the old bar. Is that what I'm looking at?
It's been totally refaced. It was a rough brick painted. It is actually, has a new top on it, a very high-end top. It's refaced with steel, very, again, upscale environment.
Those photos were taken at the time of the application of the license. I have not been requested to submit any, and usually, that's one of the last things that either the licensing board or the examiner wants are the finished photos, and I have not been asked to submit any of the finished photos at this point.
He didn't ask for finished photos. He asked about these photos.
Yeah. I'm just looking at what work has been done at the point when you submitted this paperwork, that's all. I just want to make sure I'm looking
Yeah.
at what I think I'm looking at, that's all.
If you look at those photos, you will see just a majority of building equipment that's in there. And during this whole process, he's been redoing the licensed premises. Matter of fact, if you look at the bathrooms, you can see there are no urinals, there's no any kind of bathroom equipment in there at all. He's been rehabbing it steadily since that time.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
The,
Uh,
oh,
Can we take a brief recess?
Yep.
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
So part of the problem we had in the previous two places was sale to minors. You have another license, and you seem to have the same problem. Now, I realize you're telling me that you're not interested in minors coming, but they seem to be gravitating to your other bar, which looks like it's just a wine bar. So what are you going to do to make sure they're not coming in this place? I'm hoping your microphone's not on, because silence is not a good answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman, that was my fault.
take two.
Okay. We are having
Security guards.
a
and
licensed
background
security guard. We're actually using an application that is used via iPad that actually scans the IDs to make sure that we're sticking to the 24 above. And again, we're only promoting an older age group. We're not looking for the older clientele. Again, the district has gone towards the older clientele. And I could say this too, is the owner of the building, his wife owns a bar across the street from us and would not allow us to have any type of negativity to obviously harm the street or the area for his establishment also. So the owner across the street has given us
A Band-Aid.
a mandate to say that's the direction that we are looking to have our district to go in, and we hope you the best to do that.
And Chairman, as you are well aware, that Chippewa Street, although it always had a bad reputation, and had a reputation for serving minors and disorders, has kind of changed its method of operation in the last several years. More and more of the premises on Chippewa Street have turned into dining establishments. More and more the emphasis is on food, and although this applicant isn't necessarily emphasizing food merely due to the small size of the applicant premises, there are more and more minors now gravitating to Allen Street, and there are more
Yeah, no,
disorders.
I'm aware of that. I was just there last week.
Yeah, I
Okay,
saw
I'm
that.
ready.
I saw that in the newspaper the day after I sent you more information regarding this applicant. They
I
had-
hope it was all good.
Yes, it was.
All
right.
Don't lie. Yes.
If you want to.
And if we want to, the 500-foot hearing officer supports this. We've got no opposition from Buffalo Police Department. I generally think that when I see the kind of construction in the pictures, although they're kind of old, but it looks like, you're trying to substantially renovate the place. I don't believe people do that with any reason to not run it correctly. I will not permit you to have a DJ, but otherwise than that, I will approve. What are your hours? What are your proposed hours, by the way?
We're gonna do lunch hours, starting at 11:30, opening at 11:30. During the week, Sunday through Thursday would be a midnight till 1 o'clock, and our Saturday would be no longer than 2 a.m.
In a county that goes till 4, you're going to go to 2.
Correct, I am. There's another establishment next to me, Frankie Primo's. They are also to
Give them
2
two,
a.m.
everything.
We're gonna be also to 2 o'clock with the establishment next to us also,
Okay.
closing at 2.
Yeah, I'll approve under those hours.
So I'll approve as well. No DJ. You have to get a scanner and not one of those scanners they're using in Cortland. I would suggest you call our enforcement bureau because they do have names of companies that have very effective scanners that our people use, and I would suggest that you shop around, but you're going to need a good one. And the hours, what'd you say, 12 o'clock during the week?
Yes. And,
12 o'clock Monday through Thursday and 2 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
Correct.
No DJ, no promoters either.
Definitely not.
What about Sunday? You open Sunday?
It's iffy. It might be our one day to close. If anything, we'd follow the same schedule that we have Monday through Thursday.
Okay.
So you got that, Jackie?
Yeah, I got it.
All set?
Yes.
That-
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more item in Buffalo, 2550 Somerton Liquor, Inc.
My name is Rocky Brands, the owner of Somerton Liquors. Yes.
Is there any opposition there?
There's no opposition present.
What's your name?
My name is Rocky Brands.
He's one of the applicants listed on the memo.
So, what do you do for a living?
I own a grocery store.
And so, I remember this. Back in January, you sent your son in to apply for a liquor license?
Yes,
So who's going to run this store, you or your son?
me.
So he all of a sudden doesn't want to run a liquor store anymore?
Because he might be, he gonna graduate next summer. He's done with the college. Then after college, he not getting a job. If not, I will let him to manage the store.
So you're going to continue your supermarket in Syracuse, correct?
Yes.
And what, hire a manager here or someone? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
And you own a supermarket or a market in Buffalo as well?
Yeah, we just opened up about 2 months ago.
Because you say here you're going to manage this store as well. How are you going to manage all three? And they're, not to mention, several hours apart.
No, I probably my wife and me, and it's both of us running the 3 store right now, and I'm gonna hire the good management to manage the liquor store because I did own the property on the place.
Why a liquor, what are you going to do that the other 4 liquor stores within a mile of you aren't doing?
Because that period is before there used to be a liquor store over there. And they running fines. Probably they don't have a good proper running the business. That's why their business is going down. I've been chasing their rents for years. It's a good thing that I opened our own business and own my own property.
But have you been in any of the other stores?
Yeah.
So what are they not doing that you plan on doing?
Because I know is we have good things is I own the property. Okay.
Well, that's
I
not a
don't-
reason. That's not a reason for me to put a liquor store there because you own the property. If it was, I'd have 1,000 there.
Because I don't recognize to make a lot of money on the business. The thing is if I secure our rent for the property, it's already on my benefit. I don't have to chase the tenants to pay the rent.
So you want a liquor store there because you don't want a tenant. So you don't want to have to go chase somebody for the rent.
Yes.
Okay.
Pre-
I'm ready to vote.
All right. I'm looking at the other stores in the area, and I just don't see the demand. The closest store was issued 4 years ago, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The closest store was issued in November of 2013, and so they basically are on their 4th year, and I don't think we've seen what effect they're going to have on the other 3 closest stores, so I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding another one at this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't have any other items in Buffalo. Michelle, you have anything
There's
there?
no other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany, where there's one item. 2556, Wolf Oak Acres, Inc.
Put your name on the record, please.
My name is Russell Blanchard. I'm the owner of Wolf Oak Acres Inc.
We're going to have to go through it, but we got it here, so we might as well take it.
Okay, I'll grant the reconsideration and send it back to licensing. Apparently you have, or they're assuming you fulfilled the deficiencies. If you haven't, you're going to get another letter requesting documents. I would suggest that you respond to that letter as quickly as possible because last time you didn't.
Yes, actually I had mailed that, or I had emailed that, and they were not aware it had all been emailed. I sent my original application with a check, but all the documents were emailed. I then called the liquor authority. They asked me for what date that was emailed. I showed them the date. They were then able to find it, and there was only 2 deficiencies. What I'm doing is I'm applying for a year-round liquor license. I currently have a seasonal. We ran a wedding facility.
Okay. All right, I don't need to hear all that. I'm sending it back to licensing board.
Okay.
Back to licensing. Agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Della, you have anything else there in Albany?
No, nothing else.
Okay. We're now going to move on to New York City. 2512, C&G Coffee Shop, Inc.
Go ahead.
Morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. This is a CNC for $10,000.
Yeah, this is low,
Okay,
in my estimation.
okay.
Given the previous history, I'll take 15.
Okay, we'll accept.
I don't know if Commissioner Ford will.
You know, as I look through this, it's silly. It's just a bunch of uncalled for violations to me, you know? That unnecessary, if somebody's paying attention to their business.
He's
Paid
making,
$27,000 in fines so far. You can't just go through life paying fines.
he's trying to correct, he made all the corrections. I have, I brought some photographic evidence that he made the corrections on this.
I'm willing to go along with the chairman's recommendation for 15,000 and hopefully not see.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if he comes back with something else, it's over. So.
He-
This is the last case, we'll issue the renewal.
I did.
Pardon me?
This was the last open case with it, so we'll issue the renewal. They're
Okay,
currently under
yeah.
SAPA.
I explained that to him.
And you're accepting the offer?
Yes.
We're going to accept that.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next item, 2549, 14th Street Wine and Liquor Corp.
My name's Henry Warakomsky for the applicant. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
This is a new application for a liquor store in Far Rockaway.
Am I correct that she's never worked before?
Well, no, she hasn't worked for the last few, the last 5 or 6 years, yeah.
What'd she do before that?
What'd she do before that? She can't speak English. Her daughter will speak for her.
Okay.
Okay, hey, good morning. She was helping my dad manage a construction company.
So why does she suddenly want to get in the liquor business?
She felt like she needed to work in the liquor business. I mean, she was looking for a place.
Speak to the microphone so we
Oh,
get
sorry
you.
about that. Yeah, hey, sorry. Yeah, so we were looking for places for a liquor business, and she thought that how she should run her own liquor store.
But why? Why liquor?
I mean, I don't
I mean, I can point to 100 different types of businesses she could run. Why the liquor business?
because she has family members in the liquor business, and she,
Who?
her cousin,
Where?
in Queens.
Is she close with the cousin?
No, the cousin is in Queens, and our store would be.
Is he here today? Or she here today, the cousin?
No,
Is it one of the 4 closest to the,
no.
what area of Queens is it in?
Richmond Hill.
And is it her cousin or her husband's cousin?
It's actually my dad's cousin, husband's cousin. Yeah.
And is he here today?
Yes.
Can he stand up?
He's going to be the manager there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So why are you getting in the liquor business when you're in the construction business?
Yeah, but I not do the construction. My worker do the construction. I want to open the business.
That doesn't answer the question. Why the liquor business?
Why the liquors,
Because he has experience. He worked with his cousin part-time. When he went to India, he was running the liquor store for him.
When?
When was that? When he go to India?
Last year.
Last year. Yes.
I'm assuming that's not on the application.
No, because it's not, if it's part-time, it was,
I'm ready to
Okay,
vote.
we want any
And also,
experience.
before
and
you
didn't
guys
offer any.
vote, can I also say something? There was a liquor store that closed down nearby.
That's not my concern. The concern I have right now is this asks for all work experience, particularly work experience related to the liquor industry.
Yeah.
He ran a liquor store for a year and decided not to tell us about it. Not to mention that person is
It
related
was
to
not
him.
for a year.
How long was it? A
That
week?
was like 3 weeks, and like 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. That's it. When he was on vacation.
it was a year ago that he did it.
Yeah, a year ago he did it.
So he just helped him out while he was
Yeah,
on
that's it.
vacation.
Yeah.
What's the name of the liquor store your cousin owns?
It's Harry Wine and Liquor.
This is a proposed bulletproof location, correct?
Yes.
All right.
And one of the 4 closest stores is closed up.
Which one is that?
Grapevine
The
Liquor.
Grapevine. That's how they found this location. They wanted to buy the Grapevine store, but the deal fell through, and the owner, let his license expire and closed up the store. And that's the second closest store. So we're not adding another store to the area.
We're just replacing one.
But we added one a year ago to the area.
Right, but now one store closed up, so we're not adding one now.
Is Harry Wines and Liquor located at 11183
Yeah, that's it.
157th Street?
Yes.
Do we have anything on?
Something from 2005,
What is it?
improper conduct, but doesn't look serious.
Commissioner Held, I'm
Yeah.
going to ask you.
And
Grapevine?
in this area, there's a lot of.
Hold on just for a second.
I'm on it,
A lot of
I'm on
new
it.
apartments being
Bouncing
built.
on these ones.
Yeah, there's new apartments being built, like 154 apartments. That's just like one building right now, but currently the area is under construction. That means there's more buildings there, and the population also grew.
Why isn't Grapevine coming up as one of the 4 closest? or 5
Because
closest?
it's not.
It's not, yeah.
Grapevine is one of the closest. It's the one on 289, 291 Beach 14th Street.
That I didn't know.
What's the store that closed?
Grapevine.
Well, that would be why it didn't show up. If it's closed, that's why it
We have
wouldn't
it
show up.
as, from our location, 0.8 of a mile. That was the second closest.
I'm more concerned about when it closed.
Oh, it closed, so his license expired August 31st, but he stopped doing business like 5 months before that.
Okay.
And we also visited the place and actually saw it was closed. We also have.
Who else
pictures
is
of it.
bulletproof?
I think all the stores are bulletproof in that area.
In the area, all of them are going to be bulletproof, but however, we're going to be partially bulletproof, and we're also going to be doing wine tasting.
I thought you were translating.
Yeah,
Are
sorry.
you running the store? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you going to be working here?
No, I'm a college student.
Who's going to be helping Mom?
Oh, Dad.
All right.
If they need someone, they can hire someone else too.
All right.
Yeah.
What are you telling about Grapevine? You just wanna
I'm
see-
getting there. It's not listed as the address it's there. I'll get to it.
It's closed down August 31st. I mean, sorry,
up
it
under that
expired on
address.
August 31st, but
Their license expired and they never renewed it. They
Yeah.
were closed before that.
they've closed like 5 or 6 months before their license expired as well. I went into the other stores near me,
No,
and
Tell me about it.
okay.
I'm drilling down just to the city. All right, 28991 Beach.
You want to show them the picture?
Grapevine
What
with
you want?
words.
No,
It's just listed as
but they-
expired
you don't have to
on
show-
August 31st, so if they went out of business before, we did not know about it.
Can we tell how far away they are from this location? Does it tell that? No.
They listed .8.
All right.
I'd have
I give you
to
a
break
picture
out
of them
something that
close up.
works to find that out.
Okay,
Here,
I'm fine.
It's
I
cool.
have the notice if you want to see it, that it expired.
We believe it expired.
Yeah, we got that.
Got it.
You ready to vote, Chairman?
Yes.
All right.
And our store is only 600 square feet, 420 retail, and 180 storage.
Storage.
You know, I have deep reservations about this. I'm looking at the 2 of the 4 closest stores have declining sales. Another one was just issued like a year ago that really doesn't have a record yet.
At the populations, they're making another building.
Here's the, you want to see,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is the new
you're fine.
construction going on.
You are just 420 square feet of retail, and another store in the area just did close, so I don't know, maybe or not against my better judgment, I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny, to appease your better judgment. We just opened a store a year ago. The sales haven't come in, and as Commissioner Ford pointed out, 2 of the 4 closest sales are showing declining sales. I think a year from now, when I know better what the 4th closest store is doing, which is only 1.3 miles away, I'd be more apt to grant. And I also would recommend it not be bulletproof, since we don't really think that bulletproof stores provide any convenience and advantage, in my mind at least. So I'll vote to deny.
All right, the next item, or items 25, 33, 34, 35, and 36. It's all one item on your agenda sheet. 93 Ludlow Street, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford. My name is Max Bookman. With me is Alexander Drozda. Could I hand up some materials?
Yes. Thanks.
We were here once before, about a month ago. This is a CNC on a disciplinary matter. Mr. Chairman, you had reservations at that time about accepting the CNC until you heard a little more about what the licensee planned to do to conform their method of operation to what's been approved by the authority. We spent the last month reviewing, making plans, and if you'll indulge me, I just want to make 3 brief points. Number 1, Mr. Chairman, is my office didn't handle this initial license application or the initial alteration thereafter, so I didn't have all the information last time I was here. You, Mr. Chairman, were under the impression that this establishment was approved as a restaurant. That's only partially the case. We did some foiling and we got the full license file. The first floor is a full-service restaurant, and I'll get back to that restaurant in a minute, but the second and third floor of this establishment was approved by Community Board 3 for bars with DJs. The third floor is a lounge that's in the Community Board STIPs that I've put before you. So this was not a bait-and-switch kind of situation where the whole thing was supposed to be a restaurant and then they turned around and had unapproved DJs or anything like that. With that said, though, and this brings me to my second and third points, after I was here a month ago, I went to the establishment myself. I took a page out of Commissioner Ford's playbook and went to the establishment. I met with the operators, and there are 2 areas that we identified as in needing of improvement, and I think these areas will address the concerns that you had, Mr. Chairman. Area number 1 is the first floor restaurant operation was not up to par. They had lost their chef. What we've done in the last month is we've got their chef back. On the second page of what I gave you, you have his resume. He has an excellent resume. Well, on the third page of what I gave you, or 4th page, I'm showing you their menu. They've redesigned their menu. They've reinvigorated it. This new chef has implemented it. And most importantly is that they've now come in over the past month, come into conformance with their STIPs with Community Board 3 and with their method of operation in keeping this restaurant a full-service restaurant, serving food, only admitting for people who want to sit down there at all times. This has had the tendency of bringing the occupancy down and making it a little less crazy, which was one of your concerns. The second thing they've done, Mr. Chairman, is they've gotten rid of dancing. The dancing was never a part of their approved method of operation, and they weren't stopping dancing, which was mainly taking place on the second floor. And they put a stop to it. The way they've put a stop to it is in 2 ways. They first have retrained their security staff to make them understand that dancing is not an approved element of their method of operation. And the second thing they did is that they have now reconformed to their approved floor plan and have put tables and chairs throughout that second floor to remove the open area that was once there. In the last page, I know it's not great quality, but in the last page of what I gave you is a snap from their security system, which the point of that is just to show you that the tables and chairs are back. That has also had the tendency of significantly reducing the overall occupancy of the establishment because instead of packing people in to dance, it is what it was now supposed to be, which is an area for customers to sit down, have a drink, they can listen to the DJ. So with all of those things considered, I think their track record over the past month has shown that they have gotten things under control. Well, that's all we've had, I mean.
You got to start somewhere.
Right, well, and before all of these charges came, Mr. Chairman, this was an establishment that had not gotten disciplinary for quite some time, so I consider all of this in one lump as a first-time charge in quite some time. They're paying a very large fine for it, and I think with those changes that you'd asked for, plus the large fine, I think it will be, the owners understand the seriousness of this, and this will bring them into conformance and compliance with the ABC laws and their method of operation.
What kind of security do you have in place now?
They have a full team of licensed security. How many do we have on a regular basis?
12,
Inside and outside?
4 outside and 8 inside.
And what is your position with them? With the
I'm the part owner.
are you there every night?
Mostly weekend, but yes, pretty much.
There-
Not every night.
yeah.
I can't say that I'm there every night.
There's a few owners, Mr. Chairman, and between, I believe there's 3 of them, and between the 3 of them, at least one of them's there all the time.
So what's the capacity of this place?
It's a high capacity. Hold on, I'll pull out the,
400 total.
400?
Total. Every floor has a different capacity.
yeah. I mean, that's what was
One-
approved, yeah.
195.
I'll pull out the most recent
Yeah, it's
method of operation.
195 on that.
We don't have anything left, do we?
The only thing I have is from their 2012, I believe, the community board stipulations, where they address the different floors and what they're doing. They did indicate, the community board did indicate for the second floor with an occupancy of 107, third floor occupancy of 197.
Yeah.
My
Not
client's
indicate
saying
what
that
was
sounds
there
right.
For the first floor. I'd have to go look elsewhere.
I mean, look, it's a big place, I mean, there's no doubt about that. But like I said, I think the genesis of a lot of the problems was the 2 areas that we've now fixed. Having removed the tables and chairs on the second floor, they were putting a lot more people in there than they should have. And by putting those tables and chairs back, as we heard from, as you know, Mr. Chairman, putting tables and chairs removes the ability for people to congregate and dance. And so that.
But you had some melees out in the street here. I mean, so.
Look, we're not here to litigate.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm I guess doing my thinking out loud about whether this is going to work or not.
Well, look, you got 2 disorderly charges in these in all together. There's 2 disorderlies. Authority always has a high burden on disorderlies. We don't want to fight them.
Well, I only need one though.
Right.
I only need one charge. Given there's enough. But that's not where we're heading. I don't know. Where are you?
I'm fine with the offer.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm going to vote to accept the offer.
I'll accept the offer as well, given that all the changes that you've indicated are being made, be made.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And this is it. The community board is completely aware of this place now, and they don't like you. So
We'll issue the
we will
reports.
be hearing if there's issues, I'm sure.
We
I'll be hearing.
No, we understand, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item, 2527, Boxers NYC LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea. It's a disorderly charge based upon something that occurred outside on the sidewalk. There are multiple venues on 20th Street. There's been no specific connection to our premises. In any event, we have negotiated with councils, we discussed it with counsel's office and of offering the $1,000
I'll accept.
penalty.
Accept.
Thank you.
Next item is 2511, Rose Group Park Avenue LLC.
Good morning, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is Mr. Lewis Rose, one of the principals, and Herbert Rose. We are here asking for this is a beer and wine catering establishment that's been licensed now for 5 years. Mr. Lewis Rose also is a principal in the management company for Guastavinos, which has a catering full liquor license on East 59th Street for about 7 years. Between the
So
two.
let me stop you there since we know what we're talking about. Is there anybody here in opposition to this? Let them go.
You want to hear from them first?
Not all of them. They apparently have a lawyer. Is she here? I am. So then she can come up and speak.
Good morning. My name is Phyllis Weisberg. I represent the Community Coalition. We have representatives here from, I believe, 116 East 63rd, 125 East 63rd, 570 Park, 575 Park, 580 Park. There were some other buildings that wanted to be here today, but because of the holiday week, there was no one available. I believe Central Presbyterian Church, which is 60 feet away from this venue, is also represented today. We have been before the SLA a number of times dealing with the independent monitor, which is what this application is about. We were before you in June of 2016 when you denied a request to eliminate the independent monitor.
Well, to be fair, the last time they were here, there were a number of requests, that being one of them.
Correct, and that particular one
Here
is
we have one request.
Correct.
Is this.
Correct. But while you split 2-1 on relaxing conditions, you unanimously in June of 2016 said monitor remains. But that wasn't the first time that the SLA has had to deal with the monitor. In September 2012, in a hearing before Chairman Rosen, a suggestion was made that the Rose Group could have a security guard act as a monitor to count the number of individuals coming in, and Chairman Rosen said, no, I want a neutral independent monitor. Notwithstanding that, the Rose Group then submitted
I'm familiar with all of the history of this, so I just
Okay.
ask you to get to the point.
Okay.
And Commissioner Ford is as well, because he was here on the last vote.
Okay. Nothing has changed that would warrant a revisiting of the monitor. And I ask you,
except one thing. Except that they have now had the monitor for 5 years.
Correct.
And to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, that we have not had any issue with the number of people attending their events. We've been getting reports. Every one of those reports, as far as I know, has been accurate and has been timely submitted. So that's a big change.
well, with all due respect, it's because we have a monitor that the conditions are being adhered to. The Rose Group has tried very hard to get away from the independent monitor. They told you in June of 2016 it costs $1,000 for each event. As we set forth in our papers, that's about $2.50 a person for a 400-person event. Why do they care so much about getting rid of the monitor? And I would submit to you that it's an excuse.
They run a business.
I don't think it's,
But it's
not your place to make that call.
Well, but there is a history here with the community. It goes back to 2006. We had events before the wine and beer license was granted, where there were no conditions in place, where we had 1,000, 1,200 people.
We're not asking for that. I asked you to stick to the point. The point here is whether there has been enough showing by them that they don't need the monitor. They're not asking for bigger events. They're not asking for more events. They're simply asking that we let the security guard count the people. They're not even asking not to report it. And if they do report something that's inaccurate, that not only would it be a violation of their license, but it probably would be a crime.
With all due respect, the security guard was discussed at length. This is somebody who's been with them for years, who has testified on their behalf, and incorrectly, inaccurately. Photographs have shown that the testimony is wrong. The community board found it an unacceptable suggestion. They voted 36-3 to deny this application. The community board has been hearing these issues, knows about the history of misstatements, the way they have misled the community and the community board. And we believe very strongly that the request to eliminate the independent monitor, which they keep on raising, is really a request to evade the conditions, particularly as to the number of attendees. In effect, what you're asking, if there's no independent monitor, then there's no way to say whether they've exceeded that or not, other
There's
than,
multiple ways.
with all due
I
respect.
have investigators, at the minute somebody tells me that they're exceeding, they go in and they start counting. There's an NYPD that has the same ability as my investigators. There's multiple ways to check this.
Our experience with calling the police and whatever is that it is not successful. They get there hours later. You're asking the community, which has been victimized by this establishment, to basically now monitor so they know when to call you on a late 10, 11 o'clock at night to go in there and count. It's not going to happen. And you're blaming the victim.
I'm not blaming the victim.
And no one's asking the community to do anything.
But how are you going to know then to call on an overcount?
Because I can send people in there, they still are required to report to us. I can send people in there on any event for any reason. I don't need a reason. There's a stipulation there, and if they're, for whatever reason, that I feel like just sending somebody into one of their events to count, I can do that. And this has been a thorn in this agency's side for the length of time that I can tell you I probably will. Just send somebody in there. Very regularly. It's how many blocks from our office? 80? So I mean, I understand your concern. I understand the distrust. I understand everything you're saying. But what they're asking for after 5 years of compliance is to just let us comply differently.
But they have, even on the other conditions, we have shown you examples.
I'm not talking about the other conditions.
I understand, but you have a security guard who says they're complying with the other conditions, including no double parking, and he won't allow it, and he won't do this, and he won't do that, and we've shown you photos in the past where that's not true. Their own security guard is not leveling with you. The community board made very short shrift of this application. They thought there was nothing to discuss at their full board hearing, 36-3.
With all due respect, ma'am, this is a beer and wine license. So why I do take the community board's opinion to heart, I am not required to at all.
I understand that, but I think it has to have some weight, and it's a community board that has seen how this venue has developed. Getting in under guise of being an accessory to a church, getting in under guise of having an occasional wedding, it is a 7-day-a-week full-scale catering operation in a residential neighborhood. It doesn't belong there. We accept that it is there because of some court decisions, but it is not compatible with the neighborhood.
And you may be 100% correct in that, but for whatever reason, a court ruled it is allowed to be there. So it's going to be there.
Right.
Until someone changes that, and I'm not the person to change it.
And we are not asking you to, but we're asking you to keep controls in place so that the two sides can live together in what we term an uneasy peace. The reason zoning doesn't normally allow it.
So can we just get to the point here? Your only concern about ending the monitor is that you don't believe that we will get accurate numbers from the security company, although we have absolutely over the last 5 years no evidence that that would occur.
But it's not the security company that's been providing.
I understand that, but
the security company has been with both Guastavino's and 583 Park since their inception. The head of the security company
I know who the security company is. Can you just answer my question? That's what your concern is, correct?
Well, our concern is that it is a backdoor attempt to evade the conditions, and that is what they will do.
Okay. Thank you.
We have members of the community, if you'd like to hear from them.
I can put their name on the record, but I think unless they have a different complaint about this one issue, I'll hear it, but I assume they all have the same concern you do.
Thank you.
But you're welcome to come up and put your name on the record.
I'm Mary Davis. I am the president of 570 Park Avenue Co-op. I'm in opposition to the removal of the monitor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Kevin Morrissey, also a resident shareholder at 570 Park, and I'm also in opposition.
And this is directly across the street, I assume?
It's diagonally across the street from our apartment building.
580 is directly across the street.
Okay.
580 is directly, yes, 570.
I went there last night.
Not for a party, to look at the place.
I'm Al Gordon, a 25 approximately year resident of 570, and I'm opposed to any ease up on restrictions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm John Pine, former president of 580 Park Avenue, now on the board, and I oppose the taking away of the monitor.
Thank you.
My name is Phyllis Leventhal. We live at apartment 4A, which is directly across Front Row Center. See it all.
580?
580 Park. I am definitely against the removal of the monitor. We have had a history, which you say you know about, of course, where under good faith, we wanted to start a dialogue with this group when first they made mention of opening the church to other venues. And we got together and we decided we would meet on such and such a date, and they offered the excuse that in fact their plans were not sufficiently developed so that they couldn't meet. But in fact, plans were in place, a lease had been signed, and that was our first clue that we would have to watch very, very, very carefully. And that's what we're doing.
Okay.
It's a neighborhood, it's a residence, and we want to keep it that way, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Philip Cowan. I am a resident at 580 Park, and like the others before me, I believe that we should maintain an independent monitor.
Is there anyone here from 63rd Street?
I have told there would be people here from 116 and 125.
Okay.
Just very briefly, I think the only point I want to address is that there is no hidden or nefarious reason for us to seek this other than the legitimate business reason of not having this work duplicated. We have licensed security. The security company has a licensed fire guard who keeps count. We also employ an independent fire marshal. We have 3 professionals, well, multiple professionals, because there are a number of security guards, that monitor the count. We have been in full compliance here. We have never had a violation at Guastavino's for overcrowding. Ms. Weisberg's letter says we're going to go from 400 to 1,390 people. It's ridiculous. My client knows they're under the microscope with the authority, with the residents, with council, and they intend to comply. They have complied. They are not going to risk this license that they fought very hard to get. They are simply trying to eliminate this expense.
Who is the monitor company right now?
That was my question, yes.
Barry Myers.
Barry Myers?
Yeah.
And, okay, do you have some question?
And so Barry Myers, who's your security company?
It's Barry. My security is David Stone Security.
David Stone.
And then we have a separate company that is the fire marshal. This gentleman's company, Tom Fitzpatrick, has been with us since we managed Capital down on the Bowery. We brought him with us to Guastavino's, and we've maintained his company for the fire marshal part of it. Stone Security supplies fire guards so that we have people who are registered with the building in case of an emergency.
So all of these entities are all independent contractors that you hire, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not related to one another, they're all independent contractors.
Completely separate from one another.
And all licensed and subject to discipline should they do something that is improper.
So, and I know I told the opposition to stick to point, but I'm actually going to get off point now, because she raises an interesting point in her submission about some of the advertising that is going on. And I don't know what's advertising because I've never been on the site or not, but she have you read it, what she submitted?
Not in the recent letter. Maybe that's one
She
of the
indicates that on GreatPlacesDirectory.com, the venue is shown as having a capacity of 1,600 and on Bish Bash, the venue is shown as having a capacity of 2,300, which obviously it does, but it doesn't.
That's not something we place.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. It's not an advertisement?
No, it is, Great Places can put in, they put the ad in themselves, we do not pay them. Now, we could do a meeting, honestly, without beer and wine served for that capacity.
Oh, okay.
So it is completely
Okay,
within
I
law.
never thought of that. You're right, you can, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But we don't pay them for that advertisement.
Okay.
They get a.
But he makes a good point. Even if he does advertise, he's not saying with alcohol. He could have coffee.
We have lunches and breakfasts for the governor for.
On their own website, they show a capacity, we have it in the letter, of over 800. I realize it's that, but there is a,
Well, I'm not, yeah, but see, I failed to realize that they could do an event that size without alcohol, so it doesn't, my question is now meaningless. You've answered it. So, you know, if that's the capacity without alcohol, that's the capacity. It's not misleading anybody. It's perfectly fine.
So I have a couple of questions for you, because I went there last night to get an idea for myself, what the place looks like and how it situates in the neighborhood. That's obviously the front last night, all lit up for Christmas. The side here, the service entrances, that's where I had a question. Is that where everybody loads in, or is that big garage door where they load in?
No, it's that door where there's a ramp. Yes. this
That one, okay.
Yes. And there's a loading zone directly in front of that.
So the brown garage door next to that is not your property?
No, though they do have events there, that's not anything to do with us.
Okay. And I did,
if I may add to that point, there is loading, there remains loading and unloading on Park Avenue as well.
But that has nothing to do with the
This is a venue
monitor.
without a loading dock, which is a problem we raised last time.
yep, and that was an issue before. So what kind of loading and unloading takes place on Park Ave?
We don't allow loading.
Truthfully, none. None.
Our doormen are instructed, if a truck will pull up delivering to Valcluse across from us. We will tell any driver that thinks they're going to unload into our building, that until you move that truck, nothing that you're unloading is coming into our building. Now, we don't control every driver who is delivering around our neighborhood, but in our building, no one comes through the front doors of Park Avenue. I'm sure they would have photographs of that happening if.
But we're getting off point,
Don't
because that's
allow-
not what we're here for.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
I have a much better understanding after going there, going inside, looking around. I hope your doorman doesn't get in trouble for that. But the doors weren't locked, so I just walked in.
We encourage that people
All right.
come in.
So, I don't have a problem with the responsibility for counting being transferred to your security company. I think $70,000 a year to pay for someone to sit there with a clicker is kind of outrageous. So I don't have a problem with that at all. I'm going to require you to continue with them through the end of the year. That way we have a solid year of this particular company doing counting. I want them, your security company, to
You
continue
mean the monitor for the rest of the year?
to monitor for the rest of the year,
Okay.
yes. And that way we have a year under our belt, and then after that, it can be the responsibility of your security company to still convey the numbers to us. We will look at them and compare them, and if there's any issues, we will investigate. So I vote to approve under those terms.
So this is an application for a change in a, actually not even a stipulation, a requirement of the license that we placed on it for a monitor. It's been in place for 5 years. I think initially there was some lack of compliance that clearly got straightened out. We've been getting, correct, Counsel? We've been getting the reports pretty regularly for the last or regularly, 100% regularly, I should say, for the last, certainly since I've been here, which is almost 3 years, and have not had an issue with it. I understand, having been a prosecutor and forced businesses to hire monitors, I understand the cost that is imposed on a business when doing that. And since you have complied for the significant period of time, since it got confused in the beginning, I'm willing to let your security guard do the counting. The reporting, though, was initially bi-monthly?
Quarterly.
Right, I'm not, yeah, but it's not, I'm going to make it back to bi-monthly since we do have somebody who's already on payroll. And I'm going to have people come and check. It won't be every party, but we are going to come periodically, particularly during seasonal times when there are a lot of parties, and he's going to come and ask you to comply, and we're going to count the people. All right? And if you do violate that, I mean, you guys have been in business a long time, you know what it's going to cost you.
In the past, the bi-monthly reports, the quarterly reports, I have gotten a copy.
I don't,
Does
that's,
that continue?
yep.
Yes.
So it's bi-monthly, no monitor, the security guard can do it, not security guard, the security guard company.
All right, so, and Commissioner Ford, you're okay with the bi-monthly?
Yes.
And Chairman Bradley with the January 1st start date?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Every 2 months, bi-monthly.
That's a good question. What does that mean? Every 2 months.
Every 2 months, yes.
Thank you.
Not twice a month, every 2 months.
I think bi-monthly actually means twice a month, doesn't it? Yeah.
Every 2 months.
Yes.
So every 2 months.
Semi-monthly, semi-monthly.
Thank you, yes. All right, thank you.
Next item is 2601D, Miss Coyle, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Council, Ms. Health.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is there any opposition here? Step aside, gentlemen. So you put your name on the record, Mr. Mateo? Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you put your name on the record?
Rod Morales.
Okay.
I do believe that I submitted some documents to you.
You submitted a number of documents, but you were given a deadline to submit them, and you missed the deadline significantly.
I met on Friday. I was here on Friday with Mr. Jones.
And then you were asked to submit other documents because the ones you submitted didn't mean anything. And we never heard from you until Monday, Jackie?
I believe she was in contact through emails with Deputy CEO Jones.
I mean, this was 2 weeks ago, and you said you had documentation you were going to show us. We never heard from you until 48 hours ago.
I called her actually a couple of times on the information that they provided.
So why don't you say what you want to say, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so I submitted the documents where it shows basically our attachment to the company, share agreement, stockholder shares, rent payments, received. I also submitted a voice recorded from the person that did the agreement between the parties, where it's acknowledged that Mr. Segura only purchased 35% of the business. I also submitted documents to you where Mr. Segura is the owner or general manager, as he want to call, from Fantastic Restaurant Lounge, which was in calendar. He's misleading every single, even in the application. He's being misleading in the application, his attachment to other business, which is basically committing more of the fraud that he's trying to do on this application.
So do you have a lawsuit against him?
We do having a lawsuit pending.
Have you filed it yet?
No, because we haven't filed because the share agreement and everything is on my brother. My brother is out of the country right now. My father and my brother, my younger brother, they got.
So here's the way I look at this, and it doesn't mean that they're getting a license or not getting a license, but the way I look at this is if everything you're saying is true, and you end up in your lawsuit winning the lawsuit, then not only will they lose the business and their liquor license, but it means they've committed probably a crime as well.
I do believe that.
Well, that needs to be worked out later. That's not really something I'm going to. I mean, what I have now is somebody that has submitted that they own this corporation that is filed with the New York State Department of State, and no one has come in to say other than you that they own this, that you own a part of it, yet we have no evidence of it.
I submitted the
Well, the
documents.
stuff you submitted was iPhone pictures of
No.
documents.
I submitted documents.
You
with
submitted
pictures.
those late.
I actually, and he told me that he received it on Friday. I was here over here.
Well, so my
asking-
point being that then you should file your civil lawsuit, move forward with that, and if it ends up coming that you own part of it, then I can guarantee you that they won't own any of it anymore because I'll shut it. If it opens. I don't even know that it's going to open because I don't know how we're going to vote. But my point being that there is nothing here about the granting of this liquor license that has to do with your lawsuit.
It's not about the lawsuit. I showed documents to this board that we are part of this corporation, right?
And they're saying you're not, and I'm not going to make that determination. I have an application and I'm going to rule on it. That's the end of the story.
Okay, sir, and also I want that you understand that this man is being misleading on his application.
I will
that
ask
he
him about
was
that.
And actually, I can show to you over here, and I can prove to you that he's the part owner of Fantastic Restaurant Lounge, that he was here in the last month. So if we're gonna be based, a lot of people being denied for make false statement on this license, he's part of us making.
And if you file a complaint with us, we'll look into that. And if he does, if it ends up being true, we will shut all of his licenses. All of them will end up going away. That's the best thing you can do is file a complaint with our enforcement if what you're saying is true. And then I will send it to the district attorney's office for false filings.
That would be great, because I'm planning to do my own file.
If it ends up being true, but thank you.
Thank you.
So, does he own Fantastic Restaurant Lounge? Is he involved in it in any way?
My beginning of my career on the restaurant lounge, and it's been a promoter. I've been a promoter for a long time. I also promote in different other venues. So that doesn't mean I own your venue if I promote in your venue.
Well, do you have any money invested in it?
No, sir.
Then send it to enforcement. All right, do you have any questions? So you're telling us she does not own this?
No, sir.
And so how did this mix-up occur? Because she did submit certain pictures of documents that indicated she did buy a percentage of it.
We went to the DA's office.
I know the DA doesn't matter to me.
Well, he has a case open that we're just waiting for.
Yeah, because you went to the DA's office after this hearing, which was a brilliant move, because if you want anything to lock up a liquor license application, go to the district attorney. That's a good shot. I want to know what happened as far as the documents that she had. Did she try to buy a portion of this?
No, actually, she owned the location before. She never wanted to let it go. She actually put me in contact with the person who owned the lease after she lost the lease.
Ma'am, you're going to end up out of here.
Stand there. When she put me in contact with that person, she wanted a portion of the business, but I bought the whole 200 shares of the business. And you have the documentation to do that, to check that.
I mean, if it ends up not being true and this license gets granted, you're going to lose the whole thing.
I understand that.
All right.
I'm not worried.
Can I have a moment with counsel, please?
hearing the previous time this was on, so I don't know if you have any other questions.
No. No, I don't. I think everything is all on record. Are we ready to vote, by the way?
Whenever you're ready to vote, you're ready to vote.
He doesn't run the show, you actually do.
I only think I know.
I always look at you to find out if it's okay.
Is there anything you want to add here? Because I don't have any other questions either. I think I got it all last time.
Yeah. I'm just not comfortable with any of this, and I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford, if
I just voted.
I understand, Chairman, the reason why when we left here, we went to file a complaint was because
I'm going to vote now too, because it really has nothing to do with the circus that went on here, to be honest with you. As you're probably fully aware, I had made my mind up before that even occurred. And my biggest concern here is that we have an individual who's filing for a liquor license who we canceled the license in 2013, and we have a location that we canceled the license on that was a problematic location, and what is being proposed to us is exactly the same operation being run by someone who has not complied with the law in the past, and the other partner has, while we haven't canceled a license, if his restaurant, his Vida Mexicano ended up back in here again, it probably would get canceled, and based on his previous history, which goes right up till April of this year. So I'm denying having nothing to do with what went on with this ownership situation. It's all on character and fitness.
I understand, Commissioner, that the circus that happened.
They've voted.
I mean, he can say something if he wants, but that's my vote. Let him. He can respond. Go ahead.
I just feel that this whole case from the day we walked in here was railroaded by this young lady.
And I just told you that was not the case with me.
You told me it's not the case, but you know what? I know that you're a reasonable person, and I know that Commissioner Ford, at the last meeting, you had asked us to put certain things in place, or you started to, when she ran from the front and came up here and created a circus. I understand how upsetting this might be and how embarrassing it might be to everyone here. But the truth of the matter is that a person that
you really are focusing on something that I was not focused on.
But Commissioner Ford was.
Yes, but it's irrelevant because I'm voting against it, which means it's denied. There's no other commissioner here. If there was, then I see your point. But whether he focused on it or not is really irrelevant. Now, my focus, as it was in the initial hearing, was on the character and fitness, given the previous history of the location and your clients.
Previous history of a location. Previous history of a man that has owned the restaurant for 8 years, and in 2013 had, I believe, sale to minor or in a fine was paid. Okay.
Do you want me to go through? Do you want me to go through what he had?
Yes, please. Do so.
Failure to comply, sale to minor, failure to conform to application, non-bona fide, health regulations, disorderly premises, altercation and assault twice, sustained pattern and noise once, sale to minor again, disorderly premises, altercation and assault, failure to conform to application, and I'm not even halfway through. That's the history I'm basing it on.
Listen, you're a former prosecutor. You have your way of thinking. You've made a decision. Commissioner Ford, you've made a decision. These men are out $400,000 that they've invested in the place.
And I'm sorry for that, but the bottom line is if someone invested $5,000 or $400,000, my decision has to be the same.
It doesn't matter to you.
And that's why they put me here, because it doesn't matter.
Right. I understand that. You're an independent person and you do whatever you feel like doing when you do it. And Commissioner Ford, I'm really disappointed. I thought that we stood a chance. That's why we're here. I didn't want to come here and waste my time. I had a glimmer of hope because you had asked us for certain things. We went, we traveled up to Albany, we submitted every document to Ms. Held to prove to her that what we were saying was true. We went to the DA's office, we presented it to them, and we're back here.
Still would have been denied today. So you can request reconsideration.
Yes, how is that done, I guess?
If there's something we haven't considered, you can request reconsideration, make your case.
Okay.
That's the next step.
It'll be in the letter that you get, how you go about doing that.
Needless to say, we're very disappointed, and
I apologize for that, but.
you don't,
All right, the next item-
your apology's not accepted.
Okay.
All righty then. The next item is 2598, Wine Universe Corp.
Congratulations. Right. Touch me. See this? That's who you please, that's who you deserve.
Mateo, we have another item. Mr. Lynn.
I didn't make my judgment based on her.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Charles Lynn for the licensee. With me today is Igor Spal. He's the sole principal. I also have the two office administrators for the company, Francis Spal, who takes care of oversees the office operation and is more specifically involved in brand label registrations, and Jasmine Bagramyan. She's the credit manager involved with price postings and extension of credit. This is a conditional no contest plea.
So can you just tell me what they put in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
I went through in my statement of explanation and mitigation.
Yeah, I did read it. I just wanted a record.
So as of March, April, when these charges first came, they came to me to represent them. Price posting and extension of credit really isn't all that difficult. So I sat down with them and explained what had to be done with regards to being in compliance. In addition to that, if I did leave anything out, and I was there for a good 4 or 5 hours just to put the ship back on the right area, they joined the Liquor and Wine Credit Association, which I'm counsel to. It's made up of 17 secondary wholesalers, like Peachy and Wildman and Michael Skurnick. We meet every 6 weeks. It's the credit managers themselves that we do meet. Recently, in the last 3 or 4 years, especially with Chairman Rosen, with all due respect, compliance has become a principal objective with regards to the smaller wholesalers. We spend time, about 90%, dealing with compliance. So we have our discussions at the meetings. If anything does come up, being a member of the association, my clients have ready accessibility to the other credit managers who are members. If they are unable to get any specific responses, then they contact me. Many times, the nuances to some of the questions I don't know. In that case, as Secretary Donahue knows and can confirm, and also Mark Fearing, I contact them with regards to the specific questions so that I can get back to my client to give them the proper response. Also, it's important, it's interesting, a lot of the principals of the companies, just because Charles Lynn says something, they don't really believe. They want to see something from counsel.
That makes two of us. All right.
I just want to note for the record that I appreciate your client here has been nothing but compliant since we found out about this, and I know through your
Yes, I was going to
representation.
mention that as well.
Bill Brennan said that you folks have been nothing but helpful in trying to uncover this and work with us. So I just wanted to say that I certainly appreciate that.
So I'll accept the fine and the 1 month suspension from January 1 through January 31st of 2018.
With those conditions that they can do during that month.
Yes.
I'm just short one vote.
I'm just thinking. It happens sometimes. Because you've been so forthcoming, I'm willing to forego the 1 month suspension, if the chairman is.
I'm going to defer to counsel on that.
I think normally in these situations, considering how much we could have charged, that a lot has been baked into this particular plea, especially since I believe we have, 2 years essentially of a problem from early
This
2016.
could have been significantly higher
Right.
or gone.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think the reason we're doing the suspension in January, after discussions and negotiations, if I'm
No, I have
correct,
to
is
admit, counsel is correct. We did submit 6 months of statements. It was kind of baked into all of the
All right.
charges.
Then 125 and a 1-month suspension it is.
Thank you.
All right.
Next item, 2531, 6 Whispers Corp.
Morning, Chairman.
How you doing?
Commissioner, members of the board. Bruno Joffrey for 6 Whispers Corp., here with the licensee, Maureen Anthony. I submitted a CNC letter which pretty much spelled out the reasons for this recent violation. I just want to give a little background on Miss Anthony, the licensee. She was on NYPD for 26 years. New York City Sergeant for 17 years, and member of the Sergeants Benevolent Association for 9 years. I think that's important because it's someone who would never intentionally run afoul of the law. Clearly, her knowledge of the penal code is very different than knowledge of, ABC law and alterations in some obscure passages within the ABC law. So there wasn't anything intentional. The other reasons why I put forth some of the letters in support is our intention to hopefully move forward with an alteration application so they could be in compliance. They did make changes to the establishments, which they've paid a penalty, significant $6,000, and now with this issue, that there was consumption outside in the area that they weren't approved for, they were under the misimpression that that just applied to the serving the additional bar, which they had closed down, and which was in the report that they didn't allow, that wasn't happening. But they have since then been very diligent in making sure that there's signs now that you can't even go outside with alcohol.
So let me,
Yeah.
they haven't applied for the outdoor space yet?
They did.
I thought they did and it got rejected.
That's correct.
By me or no?
Yes. Or it
Because
might have
the
been
town
licensing-
didn't want it,
Might have
right?
been the licensing board, excuse me.
I might be thinking of a different town upstate.
Oh, okay. They did apply, but because that they had the noise issues and had the violation, it wasn't approved. I believe it.
Approved it.
Yeah, it was here, right?
It was here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I
Because
looked
the town didn't want it.
initially, yes, and now that.
So I mean, if you can go and convince the town that you do want it,
No, they.
I mean, that they,
The
you know,
letters are in support of this now from the
well,
town.
then just reapply.
Okay. I just wanted to give you a heads
I
up.
mean, that was really the only reason, because the residents in the town came out strongly
Okay.
against it.
So that's what our intention was, and we'll put the letters in support with the new alteration application.
All right, I'll accept the,
Do you want that application to come to the board, or do you want?
is it still pending?
I had it
No, he's
refiled.
going to have to refile.
Oh, yeah, it has to come to the board, yeah.
Okay, so we'll be back.
Yeah, with a letter of support from Mayor Dwyer, American Legion Post Commander Finnegan, Police Chief Hanson. So if they're good with it, we'll accept it as well.
Okay. So I'll see you in a little while, in a couple months. Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item
see
is
you. Thank you.
2557, Shakers Pub, Inc.
Martin Miller, Milan Buscemi.
So I'm good with, to reconsider this. and-
Wait, please.
Mailer, Mr. Mailer.
Yeah,
Mailer, I think the actual licensee is.
oh, all right, I signed in for this, never mind. Go ahead.
Is it, who's, are you,
Explain what happened.
well, let her put her name on first.
I have nothing to do with this.
Oh, okay. What's your name?
My name is Ann Lopez. I own Shaker's Pub.
Okay, go ahead.
My partner, who is about to become a grandfather, is in California and asked me to step in, and he thought, after looking at the application, maybe with one eye towards California, that something called Shaker's Bar Inc. was going to be on today. It was a reconsideration of, so I signed in for it, but obviously it's not before you, and you don't have any information, or at least I don't think you do. So with that,
You could offer her some pro bono, you know.
I don't know if
She doesn't need it. Next thing you know, she'll get a bill.
Yeah, right. No. I'm not going to do anything that of something I have nothing to do.
All right, so she's here, so we're good.
All right.
So you want us to reconsider,
The amount of the fee.
yeah, when did you open this place?
I opened this place 2.5 years ago, but I've had a liquor license for 30 years, just
What-
for different bars. And this is the first time that I was ever in trouble.
Where was the other liquor license, in the same
I
place?
had one in Spionk for Candy's Magic Pub, and I had one in Shirley for Candy's Magic Pub too, but I was there for 23 years.
Okay. All right, I'll reconsider, and give you a letter of warning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good with letter of warning as well, yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, you can have a letter of warning too.
Please send it to my partner.
Next item is 2601, 3938 Broadway, Inc.
This again, this is Martin Mail, mailing me something. This is my partner's matter, and there's a conditional no contest in on this.
I'll accept.
Okay.
Accept.
Next item are items 2601A, B, and C.
This, again, is my partner's matter. This is after a hearing. I'm not going to go over the facts of this case. A controversy was submitted. But I would like to say two things. Number one, this, I believe, is part of a summary suspension, and the underlying cause of the summary suspension was an alleged affiliate or some sort of affiliation with the MS-13 gang. Of all the violations, none of them had anything to do with the MS-13 gang, and all of the reports from the police indicated that whatever they were doing, they checked off not gang-related.
But they did make some arrests out of there.
Well,
that night, correct?
They were. I'm not.
I don't know. I'll ask him.
I'm not sure whether they did it then, but I'm here to ask that justice be tempered with mercy. The licensee is here. She doesn't speak much English. Her daughter is here to translate. I've spoken to them. They want to have at least one more chance. There's going to be, hopefully, I mean, if there's no cancellation or revocation, that there'd be a severe penalty. They understand that. But they want to just concentrate on the food aspect of what they're doing. They want to open up a restaurant. They will submit whatever sort of security plan you will be satisfied with so that they can reopen. They have a tremendous investment in this premises. This is their only means of livelihood, and they understand that what was going on is not, the underlying facts here are not the greatest, and I'm not going to make excuses for them at this point. It's just that they have been in the restaurant business, they want to remain in the restaurant business, and they need an alcoholic beverage component in order to survive. As a matter of fact, they even said to me that if you don't want full liquor license, that something like even an eating place beer or maybe a restaurant wine would satisfy
Mr.
them.
Taylor, let me ask you something. I mean, you're discussing how they want to stay in the restaurant business. However, as the ALJ found, there was no functional kitchen.
But that's
There's no
not
food available.
No, no. But again, I'm looking at the ALJ's opinion for the first time. Really, I saw it this morning. I read it last night. I saw what it said. I asked them. They have a fully functional kitchen. They cook every day. It's my understanding that when the police came in, they never really. They just noticed that people weren't eating. It wasn't that, and it was 1:20 in the morning when they came in. And I'm getting this.
I know, but the police testified that I didn't determine their credibility or anything, but the police testified that the kitchen was not working. There were actually people sitting in the kitchen being served.
The health permit is now current again. It was.
But let me just go through the charges. So the first proceeding, sustain 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, sustain 5, sustain 6, sustain 7, sustain 8, sustain 9, dismiss 10, sustain 11, 12, 13, 14, dismiss 15, 16, 17, sustain 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 is actually confusing because in one place the ALJ sustains it, and another she dismisses it.
It was a male. It was Nick.
I'm sorry, him. He dismisses it, and I think the decision is clear that it should be dismissed. So I'm dismissing 23. The second proceeding, dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, and the third proceeding, sustain all the charges. I can't keep them open. I was at revoke, but I will go with cancel and bond. I mean, this was really, really extensive, so.
Yeah, especially if the way it was brought to us, I don't really see how there's any other decisions either as well. I think it's being kind just to cancel and bond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 2546, L&L Deli Grocery Corp.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Chairman and the full members. My name is Jen Du from Michael Floyd INC, representing L&L Deli Grocery Inc. And on my right-hand side is Mr. Chen Lin, the president of...
Could you just speak into the microphone if you could just move it down?
Mr. Chen Lin of L&L Deli Grocery. In November 26, Mr. Chen Lin bought a small grocery business, the store. Unfortunately, Mr. Chen Lin was misled that he can sell beer by using existing beer license until he obtained his own license. He's very
Who
regret
told him that?
by the previously license when he purchased the business. And he's very regrets getting the violation. And he had done every possibility to cooperate the liquor authority, change the order to correct the violation, and then remove all the beer, and then never sell again. And Mr. Chen Lin, he worked in the grocery store from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. From Monday to Saturday. And he managed the business, make sure to monitor, make sure to prevent any violation.
How long was he selling without a license? We caught him in May. When did he buy the store?
I believe because I'm not the original.
Well, can you talk to him and ask him when he bought the store?
那个申请以后是卖了多少时间卖酒？卖酒卖了多长时间？就是从你买了店到你。
I don't know if I do want the answer.
We have the answer.
Oh, yeah, I do want it.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was a test. Was August of 2016.
So almost a
Until
year.
the sale was executed.
I think
November.
it's a few months because his temporary permits be disapproved. So I assume probably like within.
Well, he bought the store in August of 2016, I'm being told. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So, and we caught him in May of 2017, so he's almost, give or take 3 months. He sold it illegally for 9 months.
I believe because his temporary permit was disapproved.
So when was he going to apply for the liquor license?
He came to my office back to September. In September, and we
September of 2016 or
No,
2017?
this
Well, we
year.
had already denied him in June, so when was he going to, he bought it in August of 2016.
That's
When
the
was he
first-
going to apply for the liquor license?
That's his first application was denied.
Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do.
When was he going to apply for the liquor
For the
license?
first time and second time.
The first time, he waited till June. Why did he wait till June to apply? He waited almost a year. And the only reason he waited was because we
Because-
canceled the license in May.
Because the previously representative never tell him anything, saying his license been denied, and he's keeping asking them, and then by the time he come to our office, and we find out everything, and we tell him in truth.
For some reason today, I'm just not getting through to people.
Okay, so
He bought the store in August.
yes,
He waited until June of 2017 to apply. Why did he wait so long?
that's why I asked him the question, why you waited so long? And he came to our office, he brought me all the documents. And then he said the previous representative told him it's been pending, it's waiting. So never tell him the application actually is already denied.
But-
And then when we find this, and
But that's the June application, correct?
I believe the previously, because
He realized when he bought the store, he needed a liquor license, right?
Yes, he should, but he really was misled by the previous.
And how long was he going to let himself be misled is the point I'm making.
What I
At some
understand-
point, that either has to get renewed, or he has to apply for a license.
I think until the day he got a violation, he got caught by.
So he wasn't ever going to apply until he got caught.
During that court, his application is already submitted.
I don't think you're listening to the chairman's question.
It doesn't matter.
He's saying.
Just for the record, though.
No,
he
he's during his application, he got
wasn't April
caught.
application.
So he applied in April, and we caught them in
Yes,
May.
you
So that's
caught
how we ended up there. You guys saw the application and sent somebody out. Jackie?
I think it was, yeah, well, it was caught during the
So he waited 6
assessment
months.
of the dates for the contract to set.
Okay.
And the second.
So he did, to his credit, did finally apply on his own without us catching him first.
That's what I was trying to find
That's what
out.
we're trying
Pieces
to
of the
get to.
application, the prior application, like liability insurance was all dated in December of 2016, so it looks like there was some attempt.
Okay.
Okay.
So the new application we filed back to September.
No, I got what I want. Just-
Okay. So I.
You're going to confuse me,
Yeah. And then.
which is not hard to do. Okay, I'm ready to vote.
I think there may have been some other misunderstanding issues, but it does look like he did try to make some attempt sooner than before we caught it. So I'm gonna vote to approve.
Yeah, I'll approve as well.
Thank you so much. So.
Good luck. You'll hear from us.
Okay, now the new application, we already answered the deficiency, everything is
We'll
impending.
take care of that.
Oh, okay, we're just waiting for that.
tomorrow,
Thank you
okay?
so much, thank you.
Next item is 2519.
If you want to say against my better judgment, you get one of those today, too.
Bill and
No, I'm not.
LLC.
I'm all right with it.
2519?
2519.
Good morning, James DePasquale, attorney for the licensee. With me are the principals, William Woods and Michael Barth.
Morning.
So what? This is a 500-foot case. Do we have anything from the community board?
No, we did not. We did not receive anything from them.
What community board is it?
Brooklyn Community Board 1.
One?
Yes. We gave them notice back in May of this application, actually appeared before the SLA licensing committee in I think, July. It took them about 2 months to call us in. When we went in, they didn't have any problem with the application. In fact, my clients have been operating the same type of establishment at another location back since 2014. They just simply said that they could not hear it because as a community, they decided that any premises with occupancy in excess of 500 needed to first present to the community full board, at which time, if they approved, that would be fine. They told us that they would let us know when we could be placed. I sent a subsequent amended notice, 30-day notice in August to the community board, and I've sent no less than, I believe, 3 subsequent letters to Community Board 1 asking to please have this matter placed on their full board. They have not responded. I've actually been to them before them on other matters. They have reached out to my clients for numerous things, including donations and asking that they utilize their space for various community programs, but they have not discussed placing this on.
And how long ago was that?
When was the most recent time that Community Board 1 reached out to you for?
Probably a month, 6 weeks ago.
For what?
They've asked us to do things like buy tickets to galas.
No, but when's the last time you had communication about when's this going on the schedule? Or what's the earliest date you had it?
I have it going back to late July when I first reached out to Marie, who takes care of this for Community Board 1. And then I don't know the precise dates, my follow-ups. I have actually spoken with her as well when I personally appeared at Community Board 1 subsequently on other applications. I don't know why this is not there, but again, this license, this particular licensee, this villain has been licensed since 2014, same exact method of operations, just a different location.
Well, the method of operation, and didn't we have issues with this, with the temporary permits?
We had issues with this where it was unclear whether or not they applied for the correct license type, but when reviewing, there was the appearance of open to, they're catering their own event along with
Charging.
advertising. And discussions that I had with the applicants, it was more or less, acknowledging it could appear that way, however, that is not, they are a bona fide catering establishment.
Okay, so you're not charging people as they come through the door for concerts or anything?
What kind of events do you have there now?
Almost everything is a corporate event. We identified a list of them. Most of their clients are big companies, BuzzFeed, Timberland, companies such as that.
What about weddings, things like that, those type of events?
Occasionally.
Occasionally? I ask because you're saying there'll be recorded music, occasionally loud.
Yeah.
Right? And DJs, dancing will not be permitted.
It really is.
One crappy wedding.
Specific. Do you want to give them an example of some DJ'd events that you've had?
I mean, in the last week, we've hosted an event for a cell phone launch. There was a DJ that played music for 2 hours in the middle of the afternoon while they launched the product globally.
Right.
It's background music, it's not.
I'm not, need to talk to council for a second.
All right, we're back on the record.
So what are the hours of this place?
They're event-specific. The prior licensee, I don't believe, had any restriction on their hours.
I'm just asking you generally, how long do their events go?
Most of them will wrap up by 2 a.m. at the latest. They do have the occasional event that lasts till 4 a.m. Most of their events, though, or many of their events are daytime, though.
Right. And I see that most of the surrounding area is either warehouse or vacant buildings?
Correct.
Correct?
Yeah. I just want to
Yeah,
clarify
sure.
this point. For the 4 a.m. Openings, we've been open till 4 a.m. no more than 6 times in the last year. We're not a full.
Okay.
Our events typically will end at midnight. We tell clients they have the flexibility to go till 2, but most of our clients are corporate in nature and don't want to go that long. These are press events where they tend to wrap up earlier. We had an event this past Saturday. It was over at 9 p.m. It was for Hasbro.
And what are you guys doing for underage? Or are these all private events that you don't have any kids at them? Or?
As a catering hall, I mean, some of our events are for an all ages crowd or for children. So on those events and in all of our events, we monitor and control alcohol access to people who are over 21. We have bonded security guards. We check for IDs. We scan IDs. We have bartenders or tips trained, and we'll flag people if they feel there's an issue.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nope. You do have the support from Council Member Stephen Levin, or Levin, pronounce it. I don't really see any issues here, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. The ALJ found that it wasn't in the public interest. But I'm going to find that it is, given, I don't anticipate that it's going to affect traffic, given where it is located. I don't anticipate that the noise would be an issue, because it's an industrial or warehouse type of neighborhood, and it doesn't appear to be near that many residences, if any at all. And the type of events you're having don't really lend themselves to that club atmosphere anyway, it sounds like. The community board did not weigh in on this, although it's clear that they have been notified on more than one occasion. Is that correct? So I'm going to act on this without their involvement, simply because they've had more than enough opportunity to at least notify us that they wanted to weigh in, and we haven't heard anything. Is that correct, Jackie?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Have a good day.
Next item, 2524, Stack Leather LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners, Council. Excuse me. Harry Callion, counsel for the applicant, is my co-counsel Sid Chari, and here's the principal. It's Mr. Stack Leather. This application is for a small restaurant. It serves German, Filipino cuisine. We've provided, excuse me, supplemental materials to the board.
Is there opposition here from the community board? Yes, so why don't we let them go first?
Good morning. My name is Clint Smeltzer. I'm from Community Board 3. I'm vice chair of the SLA committee. We met with them back in June, I think was when they came to us. The area that they're located in is an extremely saturated area. There are 15 and I think 1 or 2 pending full licenses within 500 feet. This was one of the worst blocks in our neighborhood for many, many years, and we're finally now getting it under control. This area in the intersection specifically has, basically 3 or 4 bars and restaurants around the whole intersection, and on the weekends during brunch, it's horrible. You can't get down the street. It was so bad that the city actually suspended or removed the Sidewalk Cafe licenses from 2 of the establishments for a year.
Why for a year? If it was a problem, it's going to be a problem a year later.
Well, it was the city's choice. They basically just, when it was time for renewal, they would not renew them for a year and allowed them to come back for another renewal after a year. And they did approve them at that point. So when this applicant first came to us, they had told us they had no intention. They were a coffee shop serving some light food. They had no intention on being a full bar. They wanted to serve wine and beer if someone wanted a glass of wine. When they now met with us for their full liquor upgrade, they stated that the public benefit was to be able to serve Bloody Marys and cocktails at brunch. As I already stated, this area for brunch is just horrible. So that was a big
Are
red
they
flag.
having brunch now?
Yeah, they are open for brunch, but they're not serving liquor. The big issue is the boozy brunches on the stretch of Avenue B.
Well, they serve wine, right?
They do serve wine,
You've never had a mimosa?
but that's a whole different crowd than what's coming to the surrounding places that are the boozy unlimited brunches. So that's our fear, is if they start adding to the cocktail brunches, that it's just going to add to that.
Have you had any issues with their operations since they've been open?
We have not, and we have no issue with them as as the cafe as they are, but it's such a small location, and if they were to leave, that leaves us with another full OP at that location.
Was this place
It was previously
licensed?
unlicensed.
Previously unlicensed?
They received their beer and wine, I think, in December of last year. They came to us 6 months later for an upgrade, and they also went through our administrative approval process, which is something we put in place to allow them to, if they're going to meet all of our stipulations and go for a beer and wine with reasonable hours, they went through that process and were approved. 6 months later, they came back and wanted a full license. So that's just a little bit of a concern for us.
Which is their right to do.
It is their right to do, but
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So you said, well, just before you leave, you said there's 14 or 15 within 500
I
feet?
think it's 15, and I think there's 1 or 2 pending.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, rightly so, it was their right to do so. We did reach out to the Block Association, actually, Clint. The operator, they have 11 p.m. closing hours. This is the type of establishment that we want to encourage in these neighborhoods. There are no boozy brunches.
Well, I don't think anybody's talking about encouraging one type over another. They're just encouraging to limit the number.
Yes, sir.
And why did they not apply for a full liquor when they applied in the first place?
They wanted to prove to the community that they were good operators, that they weren't going to operate a bar, that this is a proper cafe-style restaurant. It's a full-service restaurant. The owners operate it. His brother cooks, is the chef. The two owners, they manage the whole business. It's a very small place. It's very quiet. They don't even have a speaker system. They have a tiny little speaker if you visit the establishment. We actually have about 20 supporters here from the community. We submitted...
Can I stand up? You probably would have want to lead with that.
Oh, okay. So we have
Jackie, do they have hours on this, limitations?
I don't see any.
You guys can sit now. I'm not gonna-
Thank you.
They have requested 11 p.m. closing, 7 days a week.
What is it now?
11 p.m.
No, I'm wondering if did we limit them or no?
No, the application never went to the full board initially, nor was there any documents received from the community board prior to approval for the RW.
Right. Yeah, can you come up here again?
That's part of our administrative approval process, is they agree to early reasonable hours, and then it goes through, it doesn't even come to our full board, it's just administratively approved in the office.
Oh, good.
They agree
Okay.
to our standard
That's
conditions.
a good idea.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's helped us immensely, but
You
the
should
problem
tell
is,
the other ones, the other community.
the problem is when they do that, and then they come back in a very short time, it's kind of defeating the purpose.
Right.
I do, one other thing, I do have a letter from the recommendation of the Block Association. He was supposed to come this morning. He did not submit this early because he was going to be here. I don't know if you want this or not.
Why don't you just, I'm assuming it is asking us to deny it?
It's asking for
And so why don't you just tell us his name, and you don't need to read it, just.
Mark Hannay, he's co-chair of the Block Association.
And what's it called?
The East 4th Lower Avenue B Block Association.
Okay, you can just hand it to the secretary. Thank you.
If I can just respond to that. We actually reached out to the Block Association, we emailed with them, and we requested meetings with them. They flatly said it's not going to change any decision. We asked them if they would be amenable to certain stipulations and even curtailing the hours more, and they said we have the email documentation, we can forward it to the council's office. We requested meetings with them. We submitted 12 letters and emails from local community residents.
Yeah, no, we have them, I read them.
8 pages of petition signatures from all local area residents. Again, even the Block Association has submitted that they have no issues with this establishment whatsoever. They actually said they quite enjoy it, and they said they have run a good operation, and the food is good, and they actually like the establishment. We believe this would be in the public interest, and we've presented, they've presented a very clean operation, and this is the type of establishment, that, deserves a full license.
How many tables, how many seats?
Excuse me. There's one large table that it's a big, large table, and everyone sits like a communal style, kind
The
of
whole place
progressive.
is one large table.
It's one large table, and then the server stands right there and serves everybody there, and his brother, again, cooks, brings the food out. It's a very small,
We don't have that in
Sounds
U-
like a sushi bar.
It's very similar, yes, except it's with.
I don't think you see one of those in Utica.
You don't. Well, you wouldn't want to eat one if you did.
And if you go in there, the music they're playing, old bebop
How many
out of a
people,
little
though?
speaker.
How many patrons?
I believe that there are 21 seats total. The maximum occupancy, I believe, it's a C of O for I think it's 70, but they only
74.
have 74.
But
Sorry,
that's including employees. So.
right. But
So,
they only have 20 to 30 people total.
Is there a bar inside?
The bar is the table. So behind them, there's a shelf where they have the wine and beer. They have a small fridge.
Okay.
There's are there any beer taps?
No beer.
No beer taps.
Okay. You have any other questions, Chairman? I'm ready to go on this.
No, go ahead.
You have, as noted from the letter from the community board, of the 196 letters, you have 83 of those letters of support are from residents, local residents. So that's kind of about half of them almost. No, a little less than that, sorry. My math is bad. ALJ says that you have met the statutory burden. You're still going to close at 11 p.m., nothing different here. With 21 seats. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have any outdoor service?
There's no outdoor service.
No
No
outdoor
opening windows. No, the windows are fixed. Just a door.
With 21 seats, I mean, there are going to be some family gatherings on Thanksgiving that are bigger than that, so I don't have a problem with it. I'll approve.
I'm going to approve as well based on only on the fact that the type of restaurant it is. I think it is a unique type of cuisine, German, Filipino fusion. Not something I've ever tasted, but I can't imagine there's another restaurant nearby that's serving the same type of food. So given the fact that you have a year of history under your belt, I normally would not be approving this. Because the community board asked us not to, but because of the reasonable hours, which are now going to be part of the license, it's going to be 11 p.m. closing, which means you're shutting at 11. I realize that's what you've been doing, but now if we find you open, you're in violation. And because of the small size and the food, and the fact that you had 20 people actually show up at an SLA meeting when sometimes I don't want to come and they pay me to come, I'll grant the license and find that it is in the public interest. And I do want you to go back to your community board and say, I'm not going to do this consistently. This was really an exception because of the food, and what you're doing makes sense.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
So their menu, it's
Yeah.
not Filipino.
I have it here. It is,
Is it?
yeah.
Because they sell $11 sausage muffins. Like, it's not.
Well, maybe it's Filipino sausage. I don't know.
It's good food. I'm not debating that, but it's nothing special that's not offered in 3 other places within a block. If that's what you're basing your decision on, I can't argue with on everything else, but if it is on.
Well, it's not the sole thing, but they do have some stuff that looks like it is based on.
There's schnitzel, lumpia, which
Yeah.
is Filipino.
I mean, you're right. The whole thing is not Filipino-German, but you probably want to jack that up a little bit.
This was disclosed as well. There's a southern twist. This was disclosed in the application in the 500 form.
Yeah, but now it's 11 p.m. and everything else is the same. So, good luck.
Thank you.
The next item, 2554, Gem Wine and Spirits, Inc.
If everyone goes back to the place, you're full. 2554?
Yes.
Good morning.
Yeah, but this is a reconsideration, right? Yeah, well, let me hear from him first.
My name's Jeffrey Hulse. I'm an attorney. I represent Gem Wine and Spirits. I have with me George McDonald. I sent in last week some supplemental materials. I trust that the board
Yes, we have him.
has received them.
You guys can sit down. I'm going to listen to him first.
Just a couple points, and first off, I'd like to highlight the fact that, you know, what Gem Wine and Spirits is all about. Gem is planning to open up at 664 Route 25A in Rocky Point, and they plan on opening a store which is going to focus and highlight all of the Long Island wines and some of the Long Island spirits.
I'm sure that you weren't here 2 weeks ago, and I don't know whether you watched these on the computer or not.
I do not.
And I wouldn't encourage you to watch them, because that would say something more about you than it would about the... But we denied a 40,000 square foot liquor store that, or maybe 30,000 square feet, that came in Suffolk County, that came in and asked and said the same exact thing. And they were willing to do a quarter of their store devoted to New York wines. So that's not really the issue here. The issue is the county and what's there already.
Right. Well, the point, though, is that that's apples and oranges comparing a store of that size to something that we're planning on opening up in Rocky Point. And one of the considerations, obviously, is, it may be a secondary consideration, but it is a consideration nonetheless, that we attempt to encourage and support the local industries. And there are no less than 57 vineyards on Long Island, most of which are on the East End. And as Mr. McDonald will tell you, none of the local stores sell much of the local wines, and he has plans to provide an outlet to give those manufacturers a place to sell. But more than that, he's going to tell you that there is a demand for this. There's a consumer demand. And, you know, this kind of gets back to the other question, which is, what about the other stores there? I think that if you look at the history of Rocky Point, you probably would agree that there's only been 2 liquor stores in Rocky Point for at least the last decade, and probably longer. And that's not to say that 2 liquor stores ever was sufficient to saturate the market, and it's certainly not sufficient to say that a 3rd store would saturate the market, but clearly the concept of free market should dominate in terms of determining how many stores are enough. What this case really comes down to is a matter of competition. We have other stores here who are going to complain about, we don't want another store. The only reason they don't want another store is because of the potential competition. Here's the problem. If you look at their numbers, you look at their gross, you look at their nets, those numbers can be affected by so many different things. A person's ability as a businessman, marketing techniques, their ability to identify consumer wants and address those wants. I could open up a store around the corner and not do any marketing or anything like that. Probably nobody would come in my door. So, I mean, you can't make your decision solely based upon whether their numbers are going up or they're going down. One of the problems
But the one thing when we do that, first of all, in my experience, and I will grant you it is somewhat limited, that when people want alcohol, they find it, whether it's advertised or not. Everybody knows where the liquor store is in their town if they drink. So that's one. 2, we base it on the number of sales, not because of competitive issues, but because in our experience, and I can attest for that in the short time I've been here, that when there is this hyper-competitive environment in a regulated industry, it forces people to break the law just to keep their business going. And that's the motivation for limiting the number of the stores that we do when we do it. It has nothing to do with whether we're hurting somebody else's business, because in that regard, legally, I'm not allowed to care.
Correct.
But, so the numbers do mean something, to me at least.
And if we were talking about a neighborhood or an area where there were 10 other stores and the question was, should we add another one, that would be different. But for the last decade, you've only had 2 stores in this entire Rocky Point area. One of the problems that I have is that when this matter was on before the board the last time, you were presented with information which basically was only part of the story. Someone told you that, well, you know, the population of Rocky Point was 14,000 and now it's only 12,000 people. You know, there's a precipitous drop, and consequently you reached the conclusion that this would be just one more store selling to fewer people. And I can understand how you could reach that conclusion. The problem is the information that was given to you was only part of the story and therefore was incorrect. I've provided in my paperwork information from the Board of Elections showing you the population of Rocky Point, registered voters going all the way back to 2006.
Which I found really interesting, because you may have, and they gave us population numbers, and I don't only rely on theirs, I do go and look up my own. And rather than you find another site, or even a census estimation of what the population was in the area, you went to the voter rolls, which was unique to me because I've never seen that happen before. And the only conclusion I can take from that is that you couldn't find anywhere that supported your argument.
No.
Other than the voter rolls.
No, well, that's totally incorrect. Why would I go to a website and take information off a website?
So what about the Census Bureau?
How often are census numbers
Well,
taken?
on those websites, the Census Bureau makes estimates of what the population is now.
Yeah, but-
And the bottom line is all of it is indicative of the fact that at best, the population of Rocky Point is stagnant.
They're estimates, though, and I'm not going to rely on estimates. I chose to give you real numbers that you can rely on. If you
There are people that vote. Well, not everybody votes.
I understand.
In fact, the level of effort that goes into getting people to register to vote it's clear to me that there's thousands of people probably in this area that aren't registered.
How much more accurate is an estimate that works off of an old census number?
I'll give you that, but I looked at your numbers from 2015 to 2016, the registered voters went up about 100. And then from 2016 to 2017, it went up estimated about 500. So you're talking about an increase of about 600 voters.
Right, and if you look at the long-term trend from 2006 and the short-term trend in the last few years, the point is that it's an upward trend, even if it's a modest upward trend. And to say that there was a precipitous drop was really an unfair characterization of what we're dealing with. If you look at those numbers, the Board of Elections numbers also support that 2010 number, but it was an anomaly. It went up quickly, it went right down quickly, and 14,000 people never was representative of the community in Rocky Point. So you can't look at that and say to yourselves, well, there's been a population drop, clearly we cannot consider another store. My point is the population has continued to increase. You haven't had another store in Rocky Point in at least 10 years. There's nothing to indicate to you that there's saturation now or that there would be saturation by adding another licensee. And the law is clear, and I think logic and fairness is clear, that you really should defer to the open market to determine whether or not a third store can survive. You clearly can't say, no.
Tell us about what he's going to offer. The whole thing with the cans.
Well, I'd like to have Mr. McDonald talk to that, if I
I'd love
may.
to hear from him, yes.
Hello, Board. Thank you very much for your time today. My name is George McDonald. I am a longtime resident in the area. I grew up within a mile of the place of which we're talking about. I frequent there. My family lives there. And I want to work with a lot of people in that area. And what had happened that this idea even came about was I retired and I looked at different opportunities. And about 3 years ago, I looked at this opportunity only because I would frequent the area numerous times. And I found myself driving out east to either
Mattatuck to pick up Harb's wines, which they make 6 or 7 different tremendous wines, and then people bringing them home, people trying them and asking for them, and then I end up bringing home more of that for other people because they don't want to make the 45-minute or hour ride out there. My wife is gluten-free, and there's a cidery out in East Hampton, and there's nowhere in this area to get Wolfer's cider. And it's a special high-end cider that can be sold that I wanted to look at and take, and I saw that there was another opportunity for another style product that would be good in this area. And then the last thing is I take my boat out all the time. We go down to Mount Sinai. We drive right through this territory, okay? I don't want glass on the boat. I'm looking for canned wine. My wife is a tremendous wine drinker. I can't take the bottles, can't take this. I'm not able to find these style items in any of these stores. And that was the one driving fact. I put a business plan together. I talk to consumers. I find myself picking up these items out east or even coming into the city sometimes to get them because they're specific to what my wife likes or I like. And then I'm bringing them home for what I call my future customer base, which is either my friends or family.
So are you planning on having?
I'm planning on trying to help the community. And by helping the community, I'm looking at the farms on the north side that I've grown up with, I went to high school with. I'm looking, when I go to Ed Harb, who is the president and CEO of Harb's Farms in Mattatuck, and he tells me that he can't get in front of anybody, no one's going to listen because I said, hey, Ed, you got great wines here. Why aren't you selling them somewhere? Why can't I pick them up somewhere closer? And he's telling me, you don't understand. You can't just walk into a store and sell them. And then he signs up with a distributor, and the distributors can't even get any moment's time in any of these stores to even have the opportunity to sample or taste this product because it's just not worth it. There's 50-plus wineries out there. I'm going to tell you that 25 or 30 of them are not available in any of the stores in this specific area. There are some wines, but they're the big ones. They're the ones that are with the distributor. They're not the little guys. Some of the capability of these wineries are to only be in keg format. Sometimes they don't have the bottling technology and all the other stuff, and they don't have the right. Your sign right in the back here says that you want to foster growth and build partnerships with local businesses that are already established. I'm walking around, I see that. That's what I'm trying to do.
So the whole can concept. So
Yep.
you're talking about most of the store being cans, part of it, what? What do you
A piece of it, yeah. I mean, well, out of the wines, you're going to offer all their products. It depends on the seasonality and obviously the time in which that they decide that they're going to can it. But yeah, I'm definitely going to put cans in there if you know cans hold better than bottles. And not only that, there's a new market out there for spirits now. We haven't even touched on like Montauk. You try and get Montauk rum anywhere in this area, it's very difficult. Very difficult. I find myself, I've driven out to Montauk 1,000,000 times, okay, for other people just because that's what they're looking for. It's unique. There's other beers, there's other stuff that are out there that have done the same movement, and now you see the spirits and wines that are trying to grow. Just like your sign says, foster the growth, and they're lagging way behind. And I saw the opportunity, and that's why I came up with this business plan.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So now we have to vote to whether we're reconsidering or not.
I will vote to reconsider.
I'm going to vote not to reconsider. I just don't think that there was anything presented here. Your business plan is great. There's no question about that. And you would be a fine applicant. But I have probably denied 10 to 15 licenses in this general region of Suffolk County over the last 2 years, and it's all because there are enough licenses there and the sales and the population growth. The sales don't support it, and there is stagnant population growth in this area. And we had an hour-and-a-half hearing last week about, I realize it's not the same place, but it was about Stony Brook. And the same issues came up. And this store offered every service known to man, and in a different area would be ideal. But because there's enough stores there, it would create a problem that I don't think there's any public convenience and advantage. And I maintain that at best, there's 2 stores in Rocky Point. At best, the population in Rocky Point and the surrounding area is stagnant. I think it's decreased myself, but at best, it's stagnant. I don't believe there's growth. So I'm going to vote to deny the reconsideration.
All right.
You're
welcome.
The next item is 2582, New Brighton Groceries and Hardware, Inc.
My name is Felix David Grant.
How did he end up here?
Because
You're the licensee?
yeah, I was late. I messed up on my date, and I came in yesterday, but they told me how to come up over here because they're
So
done.
you have a grocery store?
Yeah,
Your grocery store doesn't have enough groceries in it to be a grocery store.
yeah.
You know that? There has to be 50% of what you stock has to be non-alcoholic in order to have a beer license. Are you aware of that? No?
No.
Also, the corporate name was dissolved, isn't it? Is it?
No, where do you see that? Oh, yes.
Charge 1.
Your business isn't even registered with New York State. Are you paying any taxes or anything?
Yes, I pay my tax.
Sales tax?
Yes,
So how is this even possible?
I don't know.
Looks like it was dissolved in 2011.
It may not be the same, because I'm looking in the memo, and New Brighton, there's 2 words. Whereas this licensee, it's 1 word. I don't know if that's the same, if there's 2 separate entities with just similar names?
Well, are you going to get groceries in your grocery store?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now.
You're going to try to do that?
Yeah.
Because someone will come back again and the same thing's going to happen.
Okay.
Do you have any money?
Huh?
Do you have any money to pay a fine?
Pay a fine? Well, have to give me a fine, I would have to pay it.
Well, you're here on 3 charges. You have a charge that you don't have enough grocery, and then you have 2 other charges that you don't have the signs up that say pregnant women shouldn't drink and that underage people can't drink.
Yeah, but I had that sign up there. I got them for years. I've been how I'm sitting up there. I've been
And anybody see them?
From 1985, right over the counter like that.
Well, maybe you should put them out front.
Right up front on there.
Why don't we move them up front where the people can see them?
Anybody could see them there. There's a big sign right there, like say on the wall there like that.
Okay. Can you afford
Last one.
$500?
Huh?
Can you afford $500?
Well, it's a little hard on me, but I'll have to pay it. I forgot to pay it.
All right, $250. Please put the signs up and make sure you have groceries in your grocery store, or they're going to come back and you're going to come back here again and we're going to shut you down. I would go you better go see somebody about fixing your corporate name and everything too. You're kind of in a mess here.
Right.
All right?
Okay.
You'll get a letter about paying the fine. You don't have to pay.
Well, he's got to vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I also think you should provide some proof to the agency within a certain amount of time that your corporate name has been straightened out as well. So, can we affix a certain amount of time to have that done?
Yeah.
Say 3 months?
Okay.
You think that's reasonable,
Yes,
Counselor?
yep.
3 months. So you got 3 months to get your name straightened out with the state, okay?
Okay.
You have to go see an accountant or a lawyer or somebody, okay? All right.
Do that soon. Get the clock started.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
2571, R&D Liquor Store, Inc.
What happened to 2583? All right, go ahead, that's fine. I might have pulled it by accident.
Don't confuse me, because,
Did I pull it by accident?
yes, you did. 2571, R&D Liquor Store, Inc.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. With me is the principal, Harshana Weersing.
So what's he doing at the other, is there any opposition here? Oh, come on up. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kian Chen. I'm a owner of Shaolin Liquor on 212 Bay Street.
What are you on?
Shaolin.
Oh, I got it. Okay, you're the closest store. Okay,
Yes.
yep.
And I've been in business for 5 years. Only the first year that my sales has grown and then has, plateaued. So there's really not much movement in growing in my sales. So I feel there's no need for another liquor store to come around the same area.
Okay, thank you. And we got your letter, too.
Thank you.
So the closest store is on Bay Street. My client's on Victory Boulevard. Driving, it's about 7/10 of a mile. I think straight line, it's 6/10. But it's about 10 blocks on Victory, and then a block or two over on Bay.
What about, is Violet Wine and Spirits open? Ask him.
I didn't see that. Violet?
It's a mile away. It's on Forest Avenue.
Yeah, I think they're open.
They're open?
Our records show they're open. They was transferred to that entity into April of 2015.
Okay.
So Shaolin had a decrease from 2014 to 15, but then it increased in 16. And I would say in 17, it's probably going to, it's probably plateaued is right, but it's right around or a slight increase over 2016. Going down Victory to the other store, it's about 10 blocks on Victory. It's about 3 bus stops. My client owns a grocery store at 245 Victory. So he's going to split his time between the two businesses.
How many buildings is that away? Because I see this is 359. What?
Yeah, it's like
sorry.
like the next block over. So.
Okay.
So he opened that grocery in 2014. So he knows the neighborhood. He talked to his clients and customers there, and they indicated, they'd like a liquor store that they could walk to. Bay Street is, as you may know, more commercial, kind of store after store, business after business along the water. And Victory, where he is here, is mixed. It's businesses, but also residential, 1- and 2-family homes, some co-ops. The other stores, the other closest stores, I believe have increased a bit. Broad Street Wine went 536, 544, 617, after a decrease in 2013 to 14. And I would say this year is going to be an increase again. So that's 3 years in a row, it looks like an increase. The biggest store in the area is Stapleton Liquors, and they're between 1.3 million and 1.2 million each year, and it looks to be in that.
But declining.
It may decline this year, it looks like. From 2015 to 2016, it's virtually the same. And that's almost a mile away.
What's he going to do that the other guys aren't doing?
So he says mostly his customers at the grocery are Hispanic. He wants to focus more on liquors, on tequilas, rums, more things for his clients from the grocery store.
Open floor plan?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah. One of the stores is bulletproof.
Which one, do you know?
Closest is not. I do know if I could.
The one.
Honor Wines?
The one in Broad Street.
Oh, Broad Wine and Spirits?
That's the larger store?
No, that's the furthest away.
It's the furthest. And his store is 500 square feet, so it's rather small.
You have any questions?
No.
All right.
Well, yeah, what's he doing at the closest competitors, or other than serving the Hispanic community?
I think it's more wine at the closest store than he would have.
And he's going to have a manager, or he's going to do both?
He's going to do both. He's going to split his day, the morning at the grocery, and then he's going to be 6 to 10 at the grocery, and then go down to the liquor store from 10 to 4, 10 to 5, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
I'm looking at the other stores, the closest ones, and I don't really think any of them are really doing anything to write home about. But this particular store will only be 500 square feet, including storage and everything else, so retail is going to actually be smaller than that. And I did take a look at a Google Earth shot just to get an idea of how the store situates on the island and where it is relative to the other stores. And I think just looking at the neighborhood where it's going to be, that such a small store does serve a public convenience and advantage, so I'm willing to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds.
Thank you.
Next item is 2555, Dreamwell Wines, Inc.
Gentlemen, my name is Henry Rosenblatt. I'm a CPA in New Jersey, and I represent Dreamwell Wines.
So do you know why this got disapproved?
My understanding is that some documents, when the original submission was made, were not included.
Yeah, well, I think it was, I believe you were asked definitely once, but probably twice.
No, this application, there's some applications, they're so deficient that we just disapprove on the onset. We don't go through
Yeah, I
the
think
whole
that's
part
the
of the
case.
disciplinary, the review. And
Oh,
the
okay.
deficiency.
So, I mean, so I guess the point I'm trying to make is if you don't know what is required, you need to call somebody or try to set up a meeting with us. But to ignore it and then get it disapproved and then expect us just to start it up again, we get judged on how quickly these things are approved.
Let me explain. It's my fault, really.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm not quibbling. I took over, I'm the accountant on it. I took over at the last minute. The other accountant was very sick. I won't go into that, but gentleman from Brooklyn, and they sort of threw it at me. And I really didn't have any experience. I'm a corporate guy, and I had no experience with this whatsoever. So I got an application, I sent the application, and then I received a very elaborate letter explaining to me all the things. And then I really got into it, and I spoke to a few people in Albany and resubmitted it. And I did not realize, frankly, that an address change was as complicated as it is. And now I understand it.
So are we
and I
set with this
understand why.
now, or do we need to meet with him?
No, I mean, the documents have been presented. Now I guess we'll review it, and if there's more things.
All right, so I'll grant the reconsideration, but I would stay in contact with someone that she will tell you to be in contact with, and
We'll do it.
and they'll review the documents to see that you've filed everything, and if you haven't, stay in contact with our office, and we will sit down and meet with somebody. You know, you might have to come here, but there are licensing people here that will sit down and show you exactly what you need.
This was an address change now.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not telling you that the stuff that we make you fill out makes sense, but we don't make those rules, unfortunately.
The only problem I have is I have a hard time getting through to your office on the phone.
Well, then I'll give you my card, but going forward, just stay in regular contact.
thing that you're going to need is your TTB permit.
We do need you're going to need a TTB permit, which was the main reason the last ones.
We got that.
Okay.
With the new address.
Yeah, we have. Yes, with a new address, yeah.
All right, so I'll vote to reconsider, send it back to licensing.
Let me tell you, I'm a trustee of RPI. I'm up there.
I'm not saying you're
all the
stupid. I'm
time.
not.
No, I don't mean that.
No, you can come here. You don't even need to go up there.
So, I can. All right, fine.
Yeah.
I don't mind going
Right?
up
I mean,
there.
there's people here that'll deal with them.
We'll reassign it down here if it's more convenient for you. Do you want this?
Either way, well, I live in Bergen County, so it's not a problem, either way. Whichever makes
Well,
sense.
just leave it where it is. It's fine.
And you have my address there, so, and my email
Commissioner
address,
Ford?
so.
You okay with that? Okay.
All right, so we're reconsidering. It's going back to licensing board, and they will send you a letter.
And if they need anything else, we'll supply it.
Yeah, they're going to start reviewing it now, and then you'll hear from them.
Very fine.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for
The
your help.
next item, 2580 Wild Common LTD.
Really?
Hello, good afternoon.
You
My-
came down from Andes for this.
Yes.
I'm familiar with Andes.
My name is Courtney Lawler. I'm the applicant and principal for Wild Common Wine.
So the only question I have, I know now why you came down here, is it appears you both live in Brooklyn as well. Is that ending?
No, we are keeping our apartment here, but we purchased a home in Andes in 2014, and we'll be living there full-time.
Okay.
I don't know, nearest store is 12 miles away, so there might be some protest here.
No, there can't be more public convenience advantage than that, so I'll approve.
Same here. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Can we take a short break?
Yes, I'm going to take a break.
You all set? Okay, the next item, 2565, Dermot Mahoney's Irish Pub LLC.
Can you put your name on the record?
Dermot Mahoney.
Okay. So we got a letter from, and Tom, you're not aware of this, but the attorney sent me a letter, which I also forwarded to Commissioner Ford, because apparently their computer system went down, which is why it was late. So you can't afford the fine that you agreed to.
Yes. I think after purchasing the other building that I purchased, it's definitely become a burden. I had plans for that building and it didn't work out, so the building's back on the market.
It's for sale?
Yep.
What are you doing about the noise? Because that seems to be the only problem you're having.
I think, we had somebody living in a commercial space right next to the building, and
Yeah, I'm familiar with the street. There isn't a lot of residences on the street.
no. So there was a woman right next door, and she was living in there, and she was just calling around the clock. And the police would come, they would talk to her and say, look, well, first of all, you're not supposed to be living here. It's a commercial building. The landlord eventually was notified and she was removed. There is a woman...
Oh, she was living in a commercial building illegally?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she so-called had a store that never was open.
And I see that these charges are from 2015. We don't have anything pending, or no?
I've got no idea what that was about. I don't know.
All right, I'll grant the reconsideration.
Yeah, I will too.
No.
Nothing? February, good for suspension?
Yes. First couple of weeks, or...
I'll go, what are you at?
I'm fine, whatever you want to do. I'm good.
All right, I'll go 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of February, suspension, February 1 to 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That'll be the sole penalty then?
Yeah,
Yes.
assuming we don't get any more complaints. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Next item is 2596, 701 Jules, Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Council. To the right of me is Francisco Perez.
So we have 3 licenses for this area, Tom?
Yes.
They only signed in the one, so,
Well, it's the same guy applying for all 3, right?
Yes, two different.
so let me get the other ones here. Hold on if I can.
And I just wanted to say...
Hold on just for a second.
Oh,
Can you email Mike and see if we ever got anything about this?
All right, we
these
have,
3? He was going to do NYPD.
2590,
Oh.
and where's the other one?
2579?
70, is it?
On 135th.
590, did you say?
Yeah, and what was the third, or is that not on?
I'm looking for it here. What's the name of the other one?
79.
It's 701 Jules Fiordalisa.
One is the trophy room.
And the other one is Fiordalisa.
2579.
Right, so we have 2596, 2579, and 2590.
So you have 3 establishments you're trying to open, all with full liquor licenses, all right next door to each other.
Yes, sir.
And he has absolutely no experience in the liquor industry?
Yes, we do.
He does? What is it? He's a fireman, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So what's your experience in the liquor industry?
Before I became a fireman, I was a promoter a little bit. I work also on a bar as an assistant manager.
When was that?
That was between 2016, and we in 2016.
Could you just put your name on the record, please? I don't-
My name is Francisco.
No, I know you.
My name is Julian Duran. I'm speaking on behalf of my father, Danilo Duran, but he was downstairs putting quarters in the.
Oh, okay.
Now, are you representing him, or are you just here?
Yes, I'm representing him.
No, representing.
No, we're all together.
Yeah, we all together. We are partners.
Well, okay.
So only one guy is on the license. Oh, no, I'm sorry. So you're on two of, who's Francisco Perez?
I am Francisco Perez.
And who's Danilo Delgado? All right, and who?
Ms. Tavera said she was representing you. Now she's not, but you have somebody new representing you.
So Mr. Rivers was representing
Well,
us.
who are you, first of all?
I'm Julian Duran. I'm Danilo Duran.
Okay, so you don't have anything to do with any of this?
No.
Okay, so I thought the same guy was on two. Which was the first one you called, Tom?
2596.
This is all the same address, basically.
No, yeah, but different premises. So the first guy, so this is Delgado's place, so we don't need you right now. That was my mistake. You can sit down. But you're all invested in this together?
Yes, sir.
So why isn't that, do we know that, Jackie?
I don't know. Oh.
Why is he the only one on this license? Does he speak English?
Very little.
Okay, so why is he if you're all invested in this, why is he the only one on this license?
So there's two principals, which is my dad, which is my father, Danilo Duran, and also Francisco Perez.
But if he's a principal, he needs to be on the license.
So he's on the license for 701 Jules, and Mr. Perez is on the license for Fiordalisa and the Trophy Room. And I believe the last time we were here on the 8th, there was not.
Well, does he, how much of 701 Jules does your father own?
So my dad owns 100% of it.
Well, then how is he an investor?
So well, my dad and Mr. Perez have acquired the master lease for the entire space. But since my dad is the majority shareholder between the two, he has 100% of the 701 Jules, and then also a majority stake also in the other two.
Well, did he put up the full $53,000 in cash of the investment in this, your father?
Yes.
And what does he do now?
So my dad has prior experience in more fast casual Spanish restaurants, and he also owns a couple of properties in New Jersey.
Help me understand this.
Yes.
This is three places next to each other?
So it's one building from 135th Street all the way to, I believe, 137th Street on 12th Avenue.
Okay.
So that space is divided into three retail portions. So one side being 701 Jules, which is 701 135th A, and then 701 135th B is Fiordalisa, which is going to be an Italian restaurant, and 701 West 135th C, since it's only one address on it, would be the final portion of retail, which is the Trophy Room. And then I believe.
But these are three separate businesses, correct?
Three separate businesses, yes.
And they're being run separately?
Yes.
So your father only owns one of them?
Yes.
This one?
No, he owns the entire master lease of the entire space.
But he's subleasing it to this
sir.
applicant?
Correct.
So does he have anything to do with those that club and that sports bar? Or that Italian restaurant and sports bar?
Well, very minimal.
What's that mean?
So, like I was mentioning before, since he put up the majority monetary investment, he still oversees the other places.
So his money is in both of these places too?
Yes, yes,
Do we know that, Jackie?
Now, the other two places indicate the money came from Mr. Perez.
So those are done. Whose money is in this one? Just
father.
his? Yes. Nobody else's?
Yes.
You can't, you're trying to open three separate places, but do it all in one, and you can't do it the way you're doing it. You need to go see somebody who knows what they're doing.
No, well, that was part of the stipulations from the community board, is where we're hiring a restaurant hospitality consulting firm, which is going to oversee all three.
Well, but
spaces.
then you need to put them all under one corporation. You can't, your father's not on these other applications, right?
I don't, other than in the.
We don't know.
In the capacity of a landlord, that's all.
Based on what you gave us, we have no idea that your father is involved in these 2 applications that he's going to get up and try to get a license for. That you can't do that.
No, I understand totally.
And we have no idea who else is involved in this except your father. Is it just him?
It's just my father.
And what restaurant did he run?
So he ran a restaurant, it's called Bonal Restaurant.
What's it called?
Bonal Restaurant.
Where's that located?
Perth Amboy, New Jersey.
Does he still own it?
No, he sold off his interest. And also,
And we don't have anything from the community board here.
We do.
We do? What'd they say?
Well, believe they were in support of the restaurant.
I have.
But I only brought it here to the full board because now collectively, between the 3 applications, you can look at all 3 together.
And I'm looking at,
When,
isn't it conflicting?
when did he
Could I
own
say
the
something?
restaurant in New Jersey?
Say again, sir?
He owned the restaurant in New Jersey?
Yes, with another partner.
When?
From 2012 all the way to 2014.
That's not in the application either.
But here's the issue. So the person that we hired to represent us prior to this kind of went their own way, so we had creative differences. And that's the reason why we parted ways, which led us back to on November 8th, there was a confusion and there wasn't clarity between the board and the letter that they sent. So we met with the board numerous times, as you requested, and I have the letters from the community board dated as of yesterday.
Well, for this establishment that we're talking about, which is 701 Jules, the community board objects to this one.
No, I have.
Let me see what you have, because that would be,
Last Wednesday, so they weren't able to give us this documentation until yesterday afternoon.
Can I ask you a question about this as well?
please.
Yes.
On 701 Jules, I'm also noticing that all of the photos that are included
Yes, I noticed that too. They're all the same photo.
are from the trophy room.
Yeah, so that was the thing. So the person that, like I mentioned, that we hired previously pretty much couldn't articulate fully the way we wanted to present the project, which was why there was such a confusion the last time we were here present.
Well, no, there's still confusion, so don't. So this place is going to be basically a nightclub, correct? 574 people, recorded jukebox, DJ, karaoke, live music, promoters. You want to use promoters, right?
No.
You don't?
No.
I think you said somewhere you did. And you want 4 a.m. closing. You have that the employees are going to be dancing. Who are the employees that are going to be dancing?
No, so once again, so the prior person that we hired, that was one of the things that she put in that we didn't agree to, and we wasn't aware until we actually showed up here on November 8th, which is why we went over to the community board various times and tried to get as much clarification.
I mean, first of all, because your father's full experience isn't on the application, I can't approve this. But I'm also not comfortable with the fact that I don't know who's involved in this besides him. You either need to set up each license separately, each business separately, and have him as a landlord subletting, or you need to put it under one corporation and then branch out that way. But what you're doing now, there's too many inconsistencies here. And I'm not going to tell you to go waste your time doing this, because one, the police department's very, very uncomfortable with what you're trying to do here, and they made that plain to us. And I'm not comfortable with what you're trying to do here. You want a club that has 575 people, that uses third-party promoters, that wants every type of music under the sun. Well, that's what your application says, and that's what I'm judging it on. And right next door to that, you want to put a sports bar that basically has all of the same attributes as a club. And then right next to that, you want to put an Italian restaurant that looks like it might be a legitimate restaurant, but once again, you're asking for DJ, karaoke, jukebox, 7 days a week, closing at 1. That's not unreasonable. But you need to do more groundwork before you go in this direction. And I'm not going to tell you to go do it, because I don't know that it would get approved anyway.
Could I?
Yeah, you can say anything you need.
So back to what we were saying, so the prior representative that was representing us didn't quite articulate it the way that we wanted it presented. So when we went back to the community board, that was some of their concerns, which you raised. And as you can see, we had no oppositions on any of the licenses.
Well, I'm the opposition. That's why you have to get a license, because that's why it has to go through me, because I'm the one that determines. Just because they may not know that they should be opposing it, I do.
No, and that's what I was going to check.
And the police department has. They're not comfortable, one, with anything going in here, but certainly 3 places, 2 of which look like nightclubs.
Right. So if you look at the stipulations that we signed with the community board and also Captain Federal.
We don't have any stipulations signed by the community board. We have a letter that says they approved it, right?
I don't know, I didn't see it.
That's all we have is this letter.
And a representative of the 30th precinct that says here.
But we don't have any stipulations that you signed.
So when we went to the full board meeting last Wednesday. we
Your
signed-
letter says there's an attached stipulations, but you didn't give us the attached stipulations.
Which the community board said they were actually going to send you by the deadline. And we weren't notified until yesterday that the letter wasn't ready for pickup till Monday afternoon.
Well, I mean, I can't grant this, given that in my view, the application is incomplete. I would suggest that so I'm going to deny it. I would suggest that you go start over with the community board and everybody else, and you can't ask for everything under the sun, and you should go meet with the police department as well. But the one thing that's probably not going to get here is there won't be third-party promoters. You're not going to have employee dancing, and you're probably not going to get all that music, so I wouldn't even go and ask for all of it. I mean, if you want to run a legit business, then set it up that way, but right now you look like you have no plan. But that's beside the fact that we don't even have the right information on your father.
Right. So I just want to say one final thing. In the stipulations, it shows that we do have a.
We don't have them, so I can't review them.
I understand.
So I'm going to deny this one with, obviously, he can reapply. And then let's go to the other 2.
All right, so that was,
Let him vote.
Commissioner Ford on 2596.
That was on 701 Jules. Yes, I'll deny it for the same reason.
Now we're going to move to.
Your father can sit down now.
Now we're going to move to 2579. Come on up, Mr. Perez.
So it's the same argument. How much of this money that's in both of these places is yours?
Well, let me just start, Chairman, that the whole entire building, we wouldn't be rent unless we took the whole entire building.
No, I understand that, but the point I'm making is once you break it up into 3 separate businesses.
I'm renting 2 stores from Mr.
But I see that you say you've invested $44,000 in one of these, which is the trophy room, and then $53,000 in cash in the other. And both cash. They're not. This isn't credit. So you're at $100,000 almost. Where did you get that money? Is it his money?
I borrow money from family and members. And
so we have to know that.
Okay.
That's my point, is you need to get somebody that knows what they're doing. If you're borrowing money from people, we need to know who, for how long, and how much.
Okay.
And the stuff you're asking for, if you're going to do this again, is the same issue that he has. You have, the restaurant looks like it's somewhat reasonable. The sports bar, and I don't know that it would get approved anyway, but you have no experience, it appears, in the restaurant business or the bar business. Now, if you do, you need to put it on your application. You didn't. And you want to use third-party promoters. You want pool tables. You want a screening room. You have DJ, karaoke, jukebox. You've asked for everything under the sun to the extent that this also looks like a nightclub.
Yes, and in touch to that, this is not things that we asked for. This is the person that we hired to represent us. She just put everything under the sun.
Well, then you need to sit down and figure out what you actually want, and then ask us for it.
Yeah, that's why they've been treating us as a full entity, because we own the master lease between me and Ms. Nagara. We met with the community board, and we presented stipulations that we do not want to proceed with what she said. That's why she's not part of our
So then
group
go
right now.
find somebody that does know what they're doing, and tell them what you want to do with these businesses. And, you know, when, like, council, actually, I do see, we do have Fiordalisa's pictures.
Yeah.
They're the actual pictures. But you have to put all the information on where the money's coming from, who's loaning it to you, what your experience is, if you've ever had any in this business, and then exactly what your business plan is, and that's not in this application right now. You understand?
Question,
Yeah, I understand.
Did you actually, in the amount that you listed, was that the actual amount invested?
On the,
What you reported for each one?
plus what I put out of my pocket to sign the lease,
Okay.
the master lease.
I mean, I'll just note, I mean, given the complexity of what this looks like, I mean, there are plenty of very capable people who've both been in this room, are currently sitting in this room, who are attorneys, and not saying you have to hire an attorney, but who would be very well suited for you to sit down and talk to, because this is very complicated, and when you have something this complicated, you really do need some expert advice to be able to work out what we need to see on our end.
It's complicated because you're combining three premises into one.
We don't want to combine them. We're actually going to operate each as a separate entity.
I get that, but when you think about the fact that they are all next door to each other, the effect that it has on the locality is as if there's only one.
Okay, all right.
And you have to think about that as well, with the hours and what kind of music you're playing and things like that.
And I understand that you don't have those, but we did present that to the community board, where we're not going to be operating, because we talk to each other, because we, next to each other, we're not going to operate the same hours, and what the hours will be, and when we're going to be closing, and how we'll be operating, so we don't get mixed in, and we don't release everybody at the same time. I'm not asking for 4 a.m. License. I'm not,
But there's going to be a good deal of the time.
But your bar did ask for 4 a.m.
But that's what.
I know, she didn't, I know, but that's why I said, the application has to reflect how the business is going to run, and yours doesn't. And not to mention where the funds come from. So, but anything else? So I'm going to vote to deny both of these. They obviously can apply again.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
And at the community board, you need to come back with stipulations too, what they are, okay?
Yeah, we met last Wednesday, and that's when we get, the stipulation was given to them, because the person that was representing us gave them total different stipulations than what we didn't agree for. So we had to, we went personally and presented what our plan was and what the hours and the stipulations that we will agree with the community board, and they all agree. And that's what the letters that we presented today
Those
were
letters
about.
back, those originals? Or
Yeah,
can we
those,
keep those?
yeah, those are the originals.
Well, you might need those for your next application, so should we make copies of them and give it back to them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm just circling back to what we were speaking about before. So the prior person that we hired as the representative didn't articulate it the way we wanted to. And I personally, when I saw the stipulations and what she put forth on the license and application, I personally went to the community board and the captain to speak to them personally. And we went with a security, traffic analysis, acoustic engineer to.
So you need to present all that to us with the new applications. I'm not holding this against you, but we can't approve it based on the way it is. We need to have all the information.
That's all stuff that's in your favor.
So my next question becomes, since obviously, as you see, it was a unanimous vote on approval, which is reflective on how comprehensive our analysis and
Well,
strategy.
it's not a 500-foot case, so they can approve it or disapprove it, the community board. I do, if they disapproved it, I do take some level of concern with that, but I can't tell you that because they're approving it, I'm not going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb anyway.
No, and I totally.
So, but I would recommend you go to them. There's no question.
No, I totally understand.
All right.
My only thing
I'll send you
is-
back the originals of those letters after I make copies. I'll mail them back to you.
Okay, sure. So my only thing is, as of right now, we do not have a liquor
No.
contingency. So as we go.
You got to
forward-
start the application process over. You have to go apply for all three again. All three got disapproved. They weren't accurate. The information was not fully in there. There's no way I could approve those. He just acknowledged to me borrowed money from people. That's a big deal.
Right.
Which you're allowed to do, but you have to tell us.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, I'll send them all back to you. 2544 Domino Wine LLC.
I hope this wasn't the guy you were talking about as being quite capable.
One of them.
That was in the room, I mean.
Not interested. Joseph Levy, here on behalf of Domino Wine. We have some opposition here today.
Yes.
Yep.
Come on up.
Afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Daniel Mensch. I'm one of co-owner of Pier Wines, one of the 5 closest stores. With me are the other owners of the 4 other closest stores.
How long have you been open?
Almost 7 years, about.
You guys were here before, right?
We've been here many times recently,
Williamsburg.
actually. Yeah. So let me get right to that. You recently rejected one on September 27th, Grand Beagle. That's only a few blocks from the proposed location of Domino Wine. Same with April 26th. Facts on the ground haven't changed. Again, Williamsburg is completely saturated. There are already 3 licenses on Kent, including my own. There's a store 2 blocks to the north of me. There's a Rhoda's store on Grand, 3 blocks south of me on Kent Avenue, 240 Kent. And then there's a proposed 375 Kent. There's also another pending license at 20 Broadway, which is at Kent Avenue and Broadway, another few blocks south of this
So
proposed
this one's
license.
south of you or north of you?
South of me. Okay. First thing, First Wine and Spirits, which is the closest store, their revenue last year was about $350,000. So that speaks to oversaturation. It was your words, Chairman, about financial considerations are when a store is struggling so mightily that it's ill-advised to license another one so close. It promotes bad behavior, it wastes your time, etc. Another important thing is the principal on this license, Lily, has a store already in Greenpoint.
Yeah, she's gonna, if it gets approved, she's made it clear that she will divest herself of that. That will have to happen.
Yes.
You can't, obviously, you can't own 2, so.
Sure.
There'll have to be some type of
I'm not sure why
sale.
she'd leave a very successful store in Greenpoint for a new venture, but.
Well, we can ask her about that.
Very important point. When the delivery regime, I've argued this before, when you guys licensed Minibar, Drizzly, et cetera, this, it's basically made the 500-foot rule obsolete in metropolitan areas, if you ask me. It is too antiquated to license just in that manner with delivery.
Well, it doesn't really, the 500-foot law doesn't really apply.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is, in terms of oversaturation in the neighborhood, I have a list here of over 20 stores that deliver right next door to me, so it doesn't matter if physical proximity is not the most important thing.
Are they all in Brooklyn, all 20 of them, or will they come from
they'll come from anywhere, but yeah, there's many, just in the neighborhood, I'll go through the list if you'd like.
No, that's fine. I know what you're talking about.
A dozen or more. Domino is not finished. I'm sure the licensee will argue, it's Kennard, that, there's all these units coming in, and Domino Sugar Factory is going to be the be-all, end-all for Williamsburg. They're not even done with demolition, let alone construction. Although they're called Domino Wine LLC, they're not in the Domino complex. They're across from it, waiting for it. Claudio's been waiting. I've been waiting. Rhoda at First Wine and Spirits, who's been in existence for 3 years. Again, revenue nearly $350 last year, has been waiting. So there isn't an uptick. If you look at my sales, you maybe submit the first 6 months of this year, they're down. All of our sales are down pretty much or flat.
Yours actually were up, but you're right.
Yeah, but this is the first year, finally, that I've gone backwards. It's about 10%. Let's see here. They didn't post a warning sign. I had video evidence I submitted to the Mr. Barry Sender. This was after I received my gross sales letter. They're supposed to post a warning that says we're applying for a liquor license. I videotaped the entire premises, all doors and windows. There was none. I asked Mr. Sender if he wanted me to submit that video evidence. He said no, I didn't need to. The L train will be shutting down in 2018 or 19. It's going to have a huge effect on all of our businesses. We don't even know how much yet. That will last for at least a year, maybe 2 years. Let me see if I've hit all the points here. Yeah, I think the main argument is going to be, Domino is going to provide so many customers. Well, then they should reapply in 3 years when it's finished. That's where I come down.
Can you all put your name on and tell us what store you're from?
Gatry Simpson, First Wine and Spirits.
What was your name?
Gatry Simpson.
Claudio Coronas, Doc Wine Shop, 147 Broadway.
What's DOC stand for? I know.
Sì, denominazione origine controllata. Is the stand for that Italian law give it for the best wine in Italy. So, and I'm trying everything to make the store very successful. I have a natural wine, I have an artisanal spirit, everything. We opened in 2007, and for 5 years, nobody was there. We were waiting, this nominal. Waiting. Now, if you see how much I make, we are stable.
Yeah,
stable.
yeah, you're
I
right.
have 2 family, me and my partner, with kids in one store, plus 5 employees, 5 jobs, and we are waiting. So, 20 Broadway is going to happen in 3 blocks. Lily in Kent, we are like, what we do?
Okay. No, I got it.
This is
And
what,
Yoblin Fernandez with Roebling Liquors.
with who?
Roebling,
Where's that one located?
311 Roebling Street.
How far are you from the location?
I don't know, about a mile.
Okay.
To be honest, I think they're a little closer than that.
Yeah, I think she has to be.
And last point I'll speak to is, again, another argument, since we have to go first, they'll say, oh, we're serving this, underserved, everything in Williamsburg. There's natural, biodynamic, New York, liquor of all stripes. I mean, there's not a product in any price point or stripe that is under or not represented in Williamsburg.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're a half mile, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The application before you is for a new wine and spirit store that is part of what is going to be the Domino Sugar Refinery campus, as I guess they're calling it. It's 11 acres. It's multiple buildings that are being rolled out in multiple phases. 325 Kent is the address we're talking about today, where the proposed store is going to be. This building is the first to roll out. It's already been opened as far as the claims that there's only demolition going on. As of late last night, the newest numbers from the landlord, the landowner, and the developer is that 30% of the building has not only been sold, but is already being inhabited. So 30% of this building, which is over 500 residential apartment units, is already
30% of the building where her store is located.
correct, directly above her. So 30% of that 500 and change apartments, people already living there, and they're going to be rolled out until the whole building is full. There are multiple phases, like I said.
Are these all rentals or condos or both, or?
It's both, I believe. What I'll do is I'll pass up I assume you got my submissions that I
Yes,
sent in last week
yes,
with the articles
yep.
about the project, because what we're really talking
Well, I
about.
mean, like you said, I'm, believe it or not, familiar with this project because of all the applications.
Exactly, and I think that's not by mistake. I think you're getting so many applications because so many people are buying into how much development is happening here. I could speak from personal experience that I have 2 clients who've already signed leases, one for a restaurant, one for a grocery store, within this complex. So it's happening. People are signing leases. The areas are actually filling up. I have a map I'd like to submit up, which I actually just got this morning, which gives you sort of an overview of all the buildings that are going up, how many apartments are within each, and the timetable for each, if that
Yes.
makes sense for you. Times talking about this. Got here photographs of not just the construction of this building, but the other residential buildings that were constructed in the neighborhood.
All right, so the map is what I want.
Here's a map of so it's a waterfront redevelopment process. Here's the picture, and here's another.
Okay.
So, right here, ask you this. This. Is that lot? Is that the building? Well, I mean, that's an empty lot right there, but is that what the building is?
shop is right on South Point. I actually live a block away from the location.
What building is it? This one?
This. Back here.
Right here, look, across the street.
It looks like a donut.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about here is not just the incredible growth that Williamsburg is undergoing, because that's been happening for 15 years or so, and you hear about this all the time. We're talking actually about this specific development project, this Domino Sugar Refinery project. Like I said, 11 acres, many buildings, many, over 2,000 new apartments going into this complex. And the developers here are trying very, very hard to create a hub. There'll be lots of people living here. They want to create all the amenities that people who are going to live there are going to want. That's why they're putting a grocery store, they're putting restaurants, they're putting dry cleaners, they're putting daycares, and they wanted to put a wine and spirits store. Lily, who's here with me, who's one of the principals on this proposed application, is currently a wine and spirits store owner in Brooklyn, has been operating her store for 10 years very successfully. And the developer here sought her out specifically. They visited her store before, they got to know her, she lives locally, and they identified her as the type of person to open the type of store in this space that they thought would be a good fit with what they're trying to do. So she had to obviously consider the fact that she's got a very successful store that she's put her blood, sweat, and tears in for the last 10 years to pursue this potentially great opportunity. The fact that the developer is putting so much effort to put all the right pieces of this puzzle together to make this that hub, she saw this as an incredible opportunity. And as we very clearly stated in our cover letter on the application, we acknowledge that she can't have two stores. We know that. She has partners in the other store. She may sell to the partners. They may sell the store entirely. Whatever it is, she understands she has to divest herself to take this opportunity because it seems like a really great one. The stores nearby that you've heard from, you hear about the saturation in Williamsburg, and that's the reason that people's sales are dipping. That could be a reason, but it's not the guaranteed reason. If you look at the 5 closest stores, these licenses were issued in 2012, 2014, 2003, 2007, and 1969. We're not talking about a neighborhood that's got an influx of new stores recently, and we need to give them a chance to get going. The stores that have been there have enough history now where they've really gotten to lay some groundwork and develop as stores. Lily has shown that she has the ability to run a productive store responsibly, no violations, no issues, no complaints within the 10 years she's been in operation in her current location. As a matter of fact, she has turned her wine store into somewhat of a hub there as well. She's a common meeting place for people. Everyone knows her. It becomes a focal point of that community, and that is why the developer here sought her out to fit into this spot. I would like Lily to introduce herself, put her name on the record, and tell you a little bit about her store.
Hi there. I'm Lily Peachin. I've owned and operated Dandelion Wine for about 10 years in Greenpoint on Franklin Street. We are definitely community-focused. We do delivery, but it's really, most of our delivery customers are very close to our store, and most of them, we just focus on the families locally. The store's been running itself for the last several years, honestly, and I've had the opportunity to travel a lot with importers and distributors, and I've created relationships with a lot of winemakers. And I just have the energy and the know-how to do a new project and to feature these who are now friends of mine, winemakers and importers, wines at the new location.
What, is that what you're focusing on, wines?
Yeah. Dandelion Wine is actually only wine.
Right.
The new location, we will have spirits, and that's mostly because David Johnson, my partner, who's worked at a couple other wine shops in Manhattan, is an enthusiast of bourbon. And
what's he do now? It's Pansanella and Son. What is that?
he was managing a wine shop in Manhattan.
Okay.
Yeah. And before that, he was at Morel and Company, and he
Okay.
worked at Dandelion Wine years ago as well. He's not here today. His mother just passed away last week.
Oh, that's all
Otherwise
right.
he'd be here.
As long as you're here.
But yes, so he loves bourbon. I currently don't work with Southern or Empire Dandelion, and My goal is to not work with those large companies again. I really do focus on the small producers, the small importers. I mean, New York City has so much wine here, probably more wine than the rest of the world. So there's always opportunity to present new products that other stores don't. People walk into Dandelion Wine and they'll often say, I don't recognize anything here. And I'm not sure if they mean that positively or not, but I usually say in response, isn't that a good thing?
So last point here is, again, this is a walking community. As you can see in the charts I submitted, they're putting a lot of time and effort and resources into developing the waterfront to actually create this or further the idea of this
Village
this
or whatever.
complex, this campus, whatever you want to call it. And although you have the straight line distance numbers in the original packet, I think it's worth pointing out that a lot of times, people can't walk through buildings. So the actual walking distance is a lot longer than the actual straight line distance. So for example, the closest possible store here is almost 1,500 feet away walking distance. Then you go to 1,900, then 1,950, then 3,000. And then after that, you go to 3,200. So again, in a walking community where you're promoting this hub where people don't have to leave the campus, don't have to travel too much, this makes a lot of sense, and this would really serve the public convenience and advantage of not only the people here, but the people who are moving into the different residential buildings that are developing around this site.
Okay.
Can I have just a moment to confer with council, please?
We all set?
Yes.
We're back on the record.
You running this yourself? Or one of your other partners is running it?
There's 3 principals on this application.
Yeah, I saw that.
2 of them are from the old store. That would be both divesting.
I'm ready to go.
Yes, sure.
I know we've denied a couple others recently, and the only thing that I see that's changed here is that there's a building that's open now, and you're in it, right? I think that there's just a matter of time before someone's going to come back again, and someone's going to come again, and someone's going to come again. So what you have going for you, in my mind, is that you're in the middle of it and first in. So I think that there is a public convenience and advantage to be met, at least by the people in that building, if for no other reason. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. And obviously, you are a tremendous owner. Your plan is ideal. There are we've denied too many stores trying to do the same exact thing you're doing in the same vicinity you're doing, and we denied them for the same reason I'm denying you now. There's too many stores nearby. Their sales don't indicate to me that right now that there's a need for another store. I'm not saying there won't be a need for another store, and I realize you want to get on the ground floor, but most of these buildings are not going to be done for another 3 years. That looks like, and that's if they're done on schedule, but what he just handed me, it looks like it's opening 2019, 2021, 2022, 2024. And I just don't see the need right now to add another one in there. Now, if you were to buy one and move it, I would probably, in a heartbeat, do that. Buy one in the vicinity and move it to where you are. But right now, given what's nearby and their sales numbers, I can't approve this. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Okay, the next item.
Thank you.
2547, Beer Superstore, Inc.
You want these back, Mr. Levy?
No, give those to Tom. What number, Tom?
2547.
Good afternoon, everybody. Neil Vasaki for the applicant, Beer Superstore, Inc. Here with my client, Mr. Breslin, sole shareholder of the corporation.
So we disapproved this originally because he didn't have enough groceries.
Oh, there were several problems with the initial submission.
Well, that was my main problem.
Yeah, right.
And then the lease situation, is the lease straightened out in your estimation, Jackie?
That one I'd have to look at.
Do you think it's straightened out?
Oh, yes, yeah. Right now, it has plenty of commodities. There's a lease. Mr. Breslin took over the store, and he basically, he subleased to Beer Superstore, Inc. He's still Aspresk as well. So he subleased to Beer Superstore, Inc. And additionally, Beer Superstore, Inc. Aspresk was in a contract of sale with the old seller of the snack shop, and he assigned that rights to Beer Superstore, Inc. So basically, Beer Superstore, Inc. purchased the business and took a sublease from Mr. Breslin. So everything seems to be in order at this point. And there's
Well, and I got pictures here. What'd you say, Jackie? It
does.
Okay. And I have pictures here that show that it is fully stocked with other groceries, so.
There was a disapproval, I apologize. There was a deficiency letter on July 26th, and we took care of the items that they requested, which was photos.
Yes, okay, so I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The next item, 2528. Is someone signed in for that? 2528, Jamali Enterprises LLC.
Out of Albany?
That's Albany?
Yeah, but let me skip it over. Next item, 2591, J&H Restaurant Associates.
Good afternoon, everyone. Argelio Rodriguez, here for the licensee, J&H Restaurant Associates, DBA Viva. So in this case, the authority charged the licensee with one charge of over-occupancy. There was a default entered as a no contest due to the licensee's non-appearance. The full board had assessed a $10,000 civil penalty, which went unpaid. The authority sent an investigator to the premises to get the liquor license. I filed for a reconsideration and a stay pending the reconsideration, which was granted, and
So he never got notice that his license was canceled? I mean, he never got notice that there was a fine?
That's correct. So his first notice of this case was when...
Where does he live?
The investigator, he lives in 1055 Jerome.
Jerome Road, Franklin Square. So you're telling me that he...
Jerome Avenue.
Franklin Square?
Jerome Road, I'm sorry.
Franklin Square, New York. So you're telling me that everything we send to that address, he's not getting?
That's correct, and we submitted an affidavit to that effect, and he can also explain
And what
himself.
about, and he's not getting anything at the licensed premises? See, that's...
At the licensed premises, it was actually returned.
No, I get that, but they leave a notice that there's something there for you that nobody picked up. That's one. If you were going to tell me he didn't, that sometimes I believe they don't get that. Why, I have no idea. I don't know if I believe it, but I let him get away with it. But you're telling me now that he didn't get the thing sent to his house once by the post office, and then the second letter sent to his house by the post office. I find that hard to believe.
Chairman, he's actually received all notices throughout the entire year.
That doesn't help
and
your
he's appeared at all cases. So, Chairman, there's a $10,000 certified check that's in the authority's possession.
I'll
a letter of
take
support
I'll
from
take
Donnie Rodriguez.
the 10,000. I'm not sending it back. So I'll accept the $10,000.
Right. So we're hoping that it gets accepted and that the matter.
No, I am accepting it. But I would suggest that he has someone there to collect the mail. This guy's got a history that if it happens again, he's losing his license. So I would suggest that when certified mail comes, you have somebody that's going to collect it. And if there's a sticker there, you make sure that they give it to you.
Got the support of Assemblyman Carmen De La Rosa and Assemblywoman Carmen De La Rosa and Councilmember Rodriguez, so
Yes.
I'll accept as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item is 2525, El Ticolero Bar and Restaurant, Inc. I'm probably butchering the name of that place.
Sure. Argelio Rodriguez for El Tequilero Bar and Restaurant, Inc. So I was retained on this case on November 10th. I've done previous work for this licensee, and I saw a video of the last full board meeting on November 8th, and I immediately notified them that at that November 8th full board meeting, their license was canceled. And I immediately submitted a letter for reconsideration on that cancellation, and I spoke to...
No, I don't, whoa. Is that what I'm reading?
That's not what's before us right now.
Correct. I'm going to get to that in a
Okay,
second. I just wanted to give the background. I apologize. I should have clarified that. I'm giving the background, and I'm going to get to the case before us today. What I'm trying to explain is how I found out that this case was on the agenda for today. I only found out about, and the licensee as well, we only found out about this case and that it's on the agenda after talking to Mark Freering in Albany. And we went through the pending cases on this license. And so Mr. Freering explained that in addition to the case that resulted in the cancellation 2 weeks ago, this case before the authority today was in the pipeline. And so that's the case before the authority today is 121491, which the licensee has also not entered an appearance or a plea. So I'm here to...
But this one was delivered. We have notification from the post office that they gave it to an individual at the licensed premise.
Well, my client says he hasn't received it.
I'm not saying he didn't get it. I'm saying, though, that somebody that works for him did get it. So what am I supposed to do in that case?
Well, I'm here to ask
So there has to be some type, not to mention it was also sent to his house. And I'm assuming he still lives on 67th Street in Brooklyn.
I can't speak to his residential address. So Look, so this case is in the pipeline right now, and it's before the board today. What I'm asking for is that this particular case gets sent back to
That's not going to
counsel's
happen.
office.
I'll delay it, I'll put it over, but when we deliver the notice of charges, if somebody takes them, then they're delivered. I don't care who it is. If somebody that works there took it, and that's what the post office is telling us, it's delivered. That's, the other case you had an argument, this one you don't.
What I'm hoping for, Chairman, is to get a resolution of all pending cases.
Well, counsel, let me be quite clear. So on top of the history at this place, which is self-explanatory, and on top of the fact that this was canceled on 11/8/17.
On a default, right?
It was also on a default, correct?
Well, but we have a pending notice of pleading that I'm noticing. I have another police report that just came in a couple days ago. I mean, counsel, I mean, there comes a point where either, unless your client's willing to pay a considerable amount of money, it seems that at this point, considering the history, it's better to take the cancellation and walk away.
That's exactly the point, and that's
But
why
it's
I'm here.
canceled at the moment. So
And I'm hoping-
this would have been a cancellation for the record, and I'm saying that as I don't even know if that would even be possible at this point, because at this point, it's going to be canceled anyway.
Well, based
I mean,
on the
look at this.
cancellation, we disapprove the renewal.
Yeah.
And the renewal disapproved. If the remaining cases can be resolved for cancellation, then that can be accepted.
Well, that's all I was going to do. Yeah, I'll cancel and bond.
I'm just here
I mean,
to-
not bond, cancel for the record.
Okay.
No, I wasn't going to do worse than that.
You never know these days, Chairman.
That's true.
But thank you all.
Yes, cancel no bond.
Next item is 2572, Brothers 3 Deli Corp.
Isidro Rodriguez.
Have you met with the mayor's office?
No, I haven't.
Now, you're buying this store from your brother?
Yes.
You work there now?
Yes.
Why is he selling it?
His daughter retiring, so he doesn't want to work no more.
He's
tired.
retiring?
Yes.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
I don't
all
know
right.
from Hempstead.
What?
do
Yeah,
not
but
have
you're already open, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's no history, so I'll vote to approve.
Vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
2532, Mamamoo Hilarious Kitchen, Inc.
My name is Sam Park, Representative Mamamoo Hilary's Kitchen INC, doing business Mamamoo. I went to last week, Tuesday, 11/14, meeting the Community Board 4, and then we got the all approval by the all members.
Do you have a copy of that?
Sorry?
Do you have anything regarding? approval?
Actually, no, just that they had a approval at the moment, but I don't have any copy of the.
Chris, can I see yours? I don't know what happened to that. So we sent him back to get community board approval? I remember this.
Hadn't met a deadline,
And you're saying that they did approve it?
Yes, I do.
but we don't have that in writing.
No, right.
That's all right, it's only a restaurant one. This is what kind of restaurant is this going to be?
That's deli store.
It's a deli store? So you have a buffet there or something, or?
The buffet, just, serving for the hot steam table, open kitchen, we're serving for the, customer,
But there's servers doing it, it's not a buffet?
not a buffet.
So it's only going to be wine by the glass?
I mean, yeah. So
And you
we
sell
want-
groceries and stuff too?
Not too much grocery stuff.
Okay. I'll approve.
Thank you.
I'll approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
2566, Minoru, Inc.
Sam Park, Representative Mineral INC. That's 330A and 330B, doing the Sushi Damo and the Red Coke, the two locations right next to it.
68 is the other one?
68 is the next one, yes.
Oh, yeah, it's two of them there. So you met with the community board?
Yes, I do. And then we met I just got a letter from the community board approval at this times.
I got objections.
Okay.
You have the letter that says you approved?
No, actually, I got a sign by from the community boards.
You got what? Let me
Signed
see
by-
it. Where's your client?
Actually, Davina Kim went to California, see the mom for the Thanksgiving weekend, so she coming back in the Sunday.
All right, so he's got this is only for Red Cork. You have another one for the other place? Sushi Demo? He's got a stipulation list here that they are indicating that they will deny unless all stipulations agreed to by the applicant are part of the method of operation. So, okay. Why is it so? It's a she. She's a lawyer. Why is she getting in the restaurant business?
She's doing business more than 20 years for a lawyer, and then she's seeking, trying to stop in the doing another, looking for in the business.
She has no experience though, and she's going to open 2 restaurants off the bat?
Actually, she's the sister doing business in the restaurant, the market in the 32nd, so she's helping in the most of the time when she have time. So she knows what's going on to the food business in the restaurant.
And what kind of place is Red Cork? I see the sushi place is obvious. What is Red Cork?
Red Cork, and that's the separate Red Cork, and then Sushi Damo is actually Sushi Damo is doing the sushi sashimi place, and Red Cork is the restaurant for the American.
So the maximum occupancy for Red Cork is 75, 20 tables, 1 8-seat bar. Sushi Damo, is that just, what is that? Just one big table, one big?
No, Sushi Damo is they have a sushi bar, and then they have a table.
What's the occupancy for Sushi Damo?
I believe.
Give me an estimate, I won't hold you to it.
Less than 74, I believe.
It's 20 tables, 2 to 10 seats per table. So it's got to be 74.
Okay.
So you agreed to all these stipulations?
Yes, Tim.
So there's limited hours, background music only in both places?
Yes.
Okay. These places are both licensed right now, Jackie? Or were, I mean?
They operate in the temporary license.
Yeah, they're on deposit for safekeeping with the condition.
Oh, but she's operating now under temps?
Yes.
Oh, so she's open?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. I'll approve. I'm going to give the stipulations down, and
I need those.
they indicate, every stipulation in there is now the method of operation.
Yes.
And it'll go on the license. So I'll approve both of them.
Same here.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
Next item is 2592 White Walker LLC.
Ah, Game of Thrones.
Actually, the cross streets, I think.
I know. I figured that out. I used to go to the former restaurant.
Okay.
When I worked at the DA's office, I was quite a regular there. This was Circle Rouge, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. Before you is an application for reconsideration of an on-premise liquor license that was previously disapproved because of the existence of a mosque really kind of next door to the proposed premise. In our initial submission with the application last year, we proactively took measures to make sure that we explained the situation thoroughly. In addition to disclosing the mosque on the actual application itself and indicating that it was previously decided as non-exclusive use, we did a FOIL of all the paperwork associated with a liquor authority decision from about 10 years ago.
So I've read everything you put in, and I don't know that one, whatever the ALJ's ruling was, isn't really guiding, but two, I don't think that's what he ruled. He ruled there wasn't enough evidence, which is kind of different. But I think that there was clearly a license that was here. This is a complicated argument, so bear with me.
Take all the time you need.
There was a license here, as well as many others, as you pointed out, that are still there. And when it was granted correctly, because the mosque was not, under the law, was not being used exclusively as a church. The law then changed, and the activities that the mosque was engaging in suddenly fell within the legal definition of what they could do, which was educational activities.
Can I add one thing?
No.
Okay.
In which case, any new license would be not allowed to open because or full OP would not be allowed to open because it would be within 200 feet. But because this place was already licensed, my view is that it's grandfathered in. Does that cover it? Does it make sense?
Perfectly.
Does it make sense to you? Yeah.
Perfectly.
That's the way I read it. Now, what were you going to add?
Nothing.
Okay. I didn't think so.
And you did get a letter, an updated letter from the mosque as well, so.
Which, for the record, isn't really, the mosque has no objection to you, obviously, but it wouldn't matter anyway because it's, the building is grandfathered in under the 200-foot rule, so, and that's going forward. Good luck.
Good luck.
That's all you need, right? It goes back to licensing?
Are you sending it back to licensing?
Yes. Is that right, Jackie? Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a great place.
And Commissioner Ford, you're...
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Next item, 2594, Larimar Restaurant and Bar, Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. Victor Molina on behalf of Larimar Restaurant and Raul Ramirez, the license holder.
So I asked you to have him come in because he's actually at the point where after this, there's no further negotiations.
I explained that to him, and Mr. Rossetti and I, when we had the conversation about this settlement.
So does he, my recommendation would be to change security companies or get a security company because what you have going on right now isn't working. You get me?
Yeah, I know.
But I'll accept the offer. And so it's the fine and 10-day suspension.
That is correct.
When do you want to be suspended?
Either.
Whenever we decide, or do you have something in mind?
It's better you decide.
Okay, so just forthwith, whenever you get there.
I'm okay with that too, but just to reiterate what the chairman said, the next time you're in, you're done. Okay?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next items I have 25, 40, 41, and 42, NY Kentioki, Inc. Someone signed in for those, but I did get a request from Mr. Leone that they be held over until the 6th. He can't be here today.
12-6.
Which one is that?
This is 25, 40, 41, and 42.
First one over. All right.
Next item, 2574, 12 First Ave Restaurant Court.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges before you.
I'll accept.
You're up to 35,000 overall.
That Rockaway Liquor Store go to you, or?
No. It's just, I can't, I have a hard enough time walking around my neighborhood.
Oh, right, good point, I never thought of that.
Next item, 2553, Local Bar and Grill, Inc.
They'd start throwing rocks at you. I'll accept.
Accept.
2581, Amereneck Smith LLC.
This is a licensing matter. It's up here, there's no opposition, but I believe it's up here because of the fact that the prior license, you had denied an application because at that time, they didn't list all the experience that the applicant had. In this case, we've also added 2 managers. I apologize, I tried to get in the questionnaires, but I missed the 2 o'clock deadline. I have the questionnaires here now for the 2 managers, should you want me to submit them now. Also, live music was a concern last time. That is not even an issue in this application. It is only background music. I have the applicant here who will put her name on the record, and if you have any questions, we'll deal with them. Just put your name on the record.
Hi, Sarah Smith.
And so who's John Sullivan? Is he the former owner?
Yes.
And how did you end up with this place?
I ended up at this place, I live in White Plains, and so I've been in the restaurant before, and I just overheard that it was for sale.
Do you know Mark Hadnett?
No,
Not at all?
no.
So who'd you contact when you heard it was for sale, Sullivan?
When I heard if it was for sale, I contacted Ben Pryor.
Who's Ben Pryor? Is a lawyer that comes in here?
I believe the prior licensee.
Oh, okay, I knew the name. What's your experience? Do you have any?
Yes, I have a lot of experience. I worked for 6 years at Cracker Barrel Country Store. That was where I got complete corporate training. I was also chosen to be a trainer and opened 3 stores in Maryland for them. After that, I started working at Jasna Polana. That's a tournament players club, so fine dining. That was
It's a
for Johnson & Johnson.
Tournament Players Club?
Tournament Players Club, TPC.
Oh, it's a golf course.
It's a golf course, yep, but it's all fine dining.
Yes, yeah.
After that, I worked.
Where was that?
And that's in Princeton, New Jersey. For 6 years, I worked for a banquet facility.
Okay, that's enough. So we're going to have 2 restaurants? How's this going to be set up? I mean, they're connecting places, right?
It's one
Building,
licensed
right?
premise.
Yeah.
It's the different floors. They have 2 bars, a service bar, but it's one business.
No, I get that, but is it going to be set up the same way as a bar upstairs and a bar and a restaurant downstairs? What's your setup going to be?
On the stadium side, it's a restaurant downstairs. There's only a small upstairs with a small occupancy.
Okay, and that's just going to be a lounge or something?
Right, just a little extra.
Okay. This is why you reject the first one, so you end up with somebody like this. All right, I'll approve.
No opposition. ALJ says the burden has been met. I will approve.
Yeah, I mean, you sound like you're serious in this business, but this place, I don't know if you're familiar, well, you live there, so you are familiar with the issues it had, so they tend to reemerge, so I would be careful of that.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Just wait 1 second.
Next items, 2576 and 78, Butterfield 8 WP LLC.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Like to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Thank you.
Last item I have signed in is 2548, KLK Chinese Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon. Janique Green for KLK
Chinese restaurant doing business as Red Egg. This is a restaurant wine license.
Oh, I
and we're-
just recognized you. How are you?
Very
Your
good,
first
and you?
time here.
Very first. Before you, anyway.
This is-
I've been lurking the halls ever since.
Commissioner Green,
Yes,
it's a pleasure to meet you.
congratulations,
Former.
Commissioner.
Don't make a conflict. It's former commissioner here.
Come on,
Well,
it's like be-
technically still commissioner.
it's like-
Yes, yeah.
It's like-
Oh, right, you are. I'm sorry, you are. I stand corrected. She is a commissioner still.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like being a Marine.
Oh, it's
Just a different
definitely
agency.
understand the trenches.
Yeah, different
That version of
agency.
it, I definitely understand. We're here today because the applicant, Mr. Ng, if you want to put your name on the record.
Kafai Eng.
He had submitted 2 other applications. They've been denied by the Liquor Authority. One, obviously, for good reason, that was the availing. And secondly, the 200-foot restriction. There's a Buddhist temple within 155 feet. of
Hence the
location.
restaurant wine now.
Correct.
So what's the hours
10 to 11 p.m.
and music?
No, no music. The community board was in support with several stipulations. They preferred us to have a restaurant, no chance of private parties or music, DJs, which Mr. Ng has agreed the stipulation should be provided. If not, I have a copy as well. And no outdoor, no street cafe. They definitely will have Mr. Ng.
Is this on the
premise.
corner of Canal?
No, it's
Center and what?
It's up. It's between Hester and Grand.
Oh, okay. I used to eat lunch here.
Well, come on
The-
down.
When it was formerly the former restaurant, when I was working down there.
And it's been a restaurant from 2008. It was actually doing business as Red Egg from 2008. The owner at the time, Mr. Wang, actually did not want to operate a restaurant anymore. He was in good standing with the community board at the time. The license just expired. Unfortunately, Mr. Ng was taking over the restaurant. No exchange of shares, no purchasing. He was working at the restaurant as a manager and wanted to take over the business. He does not have experience, at least at the time when he submitted that application. He
So
started
he's
that-
running it now without the liquor?
Correct.
Okay.
And abide by all the stipulations that the community board asked for.
Okay.
So without the liquor license, he still closes at 11, sometimes earlier.
All right, I'll approve with the stipulations.
Got the support of U.S. Congressman woman Grace Meng, Congresswoman Nydia Margarita Velasquez,
Yes.
New York Councilmember Margaret Chin, 11th District Justin Yu, so forth and so on, and obvious former Commissioner Janeek Green, so I'm going to approve as well.
Thank you very
Those
much.
Stipulations, okay?
Thank you
Good luck.
very much. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
too. You too.
And I hope to see all of you very soon.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, I have nothing else signed in. You want to proceed with the rest of the calendar?
Let's rock.
Okay. 2513.
Cancel and bond.
How about just cancel?
Cancel, no
All
bond.
right, cancel, no bond. Take care. Yeah.
2514.
None of that homegirl stuff.
All right,
Fine, we're fine.
sustain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, dismiss 8 and 9, sustain 10, dismiss 11, sustain 12 and 13. Cancel and bond. This was 1 month after we issued the license. They
made their
entered
mind.
STIPs and then did whatever the heck they wanted.
Ta-ta.
Good to go with that?
Yes.
All right. 2515.
Is this part of their, what do we agree? We're gonna,
If this is a first, 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
2516.
Letter of warning?
Yeah, I'll give a letter of warning for the good history.
2517.
Sustain 1 and 2, cancel and bond.
Oh, that makes it easier.
17. Cancel
We'll
and
disapprove
bond?
the renewal.
Yep.
2518.
I'll accept.
Accept. 6,000, accept.
2520.
This is an unfortunate name, Dribbles Sports Bar. I'll accept.
It may be more descriptive than,
Yeah.
1,500, I'll accept.
2521.
Cancel and bond, I'll accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
2522.
Sustain 1 and 2, 2,000.
2,000.
2523.
I'll accept.
6,500, accept.
2526.
Accept.
6,000, accept.
2528.
Accept.
Accept.
2529.
3,500.
2529, yeah, 3,500, all right.
2530.
Accept.
7,000, accept.
2537.
Cancel and $2,500 fine. Why? Who talked them into that?
Surrender?
That's what their
It's
offer
not-
is.
it's not
Isn't it
can- no.
surrender a cancellation?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. So surrender and $2,500 fine. Now, if they don't surrender, do they cancel?
They did surrender.
They did
don't
surrender.
pay.
Ah,
They
okay.
don't pay, I may offset if there's any money left or.
2,500.
Okay, $2,500 with the surrender.
Yep.
All right, 2538.
Accept.
4,000, accept.
2539.
Accept.
Accept.
2543.
Is there anything open on these guys, Chris?
Let me check.
This is case, and, no.
Accept.
Accept.
2545.
Sustain 1, 3,500.
Stay 1, 3,500.
2551.
I'll accept.
2,000, accept.
2552.
This place open, Jackie?
That's what I'm looking up. They're
14,000.
expired. I'd have to get another program to see if they've filed the renewal. They may not have filed the renewal. I don't think you.
Cancel and bond.
So instead of this, 7,500 penalty, you're going to do cancel and bond instead?
You could do the penalty, you could do the penalty, and if they don't pay it, cancel and bond, we're still at the same place.
Yeah, so do the penalty. I thought it was a default. Do 7,500.
2558.
I had here
Dismiss 1, okay to dismiss.
2559.
Dismiss 1, 2, and 3.
Dismiss.
2560.
Sustain 1, 3,000.
I had 2,500 since it's been open since '89.
Do you want to see if there's anything else back there?
I just jacked it up because of the gambling. But I'll go 2,500. 2,500.
2,500, yeah.
2561.
I'll accept.
3,500, accept.
2562.
Letter of warning.
Yes.
2563.
5,000? Yeah, right? First time cigarette?
Yeah, if it's part of the, I can't tell if it's, yeah.
5,000.
Are you good with the?
Yeah.
Okay. 2564.
Letter of warning.
Yes.
All right, 2567 was withdrawn. 2569.
Withdrawn permanently?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So get rid of it, don't need to save it.
It's gone. Goodbye. 2569.
This guy really aggravated me. I'm gonna jack, it's too, oh, I can't let that bother me. All right, I'll accept.
3,500,
He's yelling
accept.
entrapment. I was gonna send him to hearing, but let it go.
Let it bother you.
Because he doesn't know what entrapment is.
You okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. 2570.
Sustain 1, $500 because of the good history.
500.
2573.
2,000 accept.
2,000 accept.
2575.
Accept.
Accept.
2577.
Accept. 7,500 and a 15-day suspension.
Yep, 7,500 and 15-day suspension.
2583.
4,000 accept.
No. Oh, did I just miss that?
2583.
Yes, I'll accept.
2584, 85, and 86.
I just note that I think the note notes that the landlord requests revocation of the license.
Yeah, I was already at revocation. So revoke and bond with prescription. That way he gets what he asked for.
And a little more that he probably didn't want.
Well, that's what he gets.
It's Thanksgiving after all. Yes.
Here we do, Commissioner.
2 years and he needs to turn it into something else.
2587 and 88.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2589.
Letter of warning.
89, letter of warning, yes.
2595.
I'll accept.
Accept.
2597.
The one charge is a sale to minor under 18, which we didn't really put in there. I don't know if that matters. But I'll accept the 6,500.
Which one was that?
2597.
6,500, yes, accept.
2599.
Accept.
Huh?
I'll accept.
99.
2599.
Says revocation plus bond.
No, it's a
It's not to
default.
penalty.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2,500. Did I say accept? I meant 2,500.
That's what I had, 2,500, okay.
2600.
I'm going to counter at 15,000.
2,600.
Yeah.
Wait, I got to pay 15,000?
Oh, no.
Did I make a typo or something?
But those are the draft decisions.
Oh, no, I read that. I didn't realize that had a number. I reviewed these and have typos on a number of them, so I'll hand them in to you.
That's
After
good.
that, they're good to go.
And it's going to cost me $15,000?
No. I didn't realize you put a number on that. It's usually last.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, yes.
2601F and G.
That's 15,000.
10.
No, I'm countering at 15, unless you have a reason not to, which you may.
I believe they are selling the business. That's one of the reasons why they wanted the CNC quickly.
All right, I'll give them 10 then.
What are you
Yeah,
saying?
I'll accept 10,000.
1,000 accept?
And Tom, I'm so sorry, did we have 2528, the one that from Albany? I could have missed it, and that could be my
No,
fault.
we did do that,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Mhm.
And what about 2583?
83, 4,000.
Oh, we did do it?
Yes.
Okay.
That was 4,000.
So hopefully I have no other items.
No, I don't have any.
Okay, so then we are adjourned.